or Ngidi, and a pretty impressive first half from him.
Something that we talked a little bit about a few weeks ago that I know people don't really care about defending that much in FIFA 23. Too bad, because Mitch and I do. And it's when you're not necessarily making a lot of manual tackles, Mitch, but you're winning them. Ngidi trying it 3 times and succeeding 3 times. It's a sign that he's in control, happy to let the AI do what they need to do, and then steps in when he needs to. Mbappe takes a very heavy touch and out of play, but as a former competitor, you're surely enjoying seeing that efficient defending.
Yeah, it's one of the hardest parts to grasp, I think, in the game. You know, you can get the attacking aspects in terms of the angles and the skill moves and all that kind of stuff, but I think the difficult part is, you know, the player selection and player switching on defending, and knowing when the AI is going to defend for you, when to switch to the player to manual defend, when to let the AI do its job and defend for you. So there's a lot to kind of think about, and it's, you know, it's a really difficult thing to master. So it's always, as we said, we enjoy seeing really good defending, and it might seem boring, but I think, you know, for us, especially people that play the game, you can kind of respect, you know, how good it is to have that part of your game.
Particularly in FIFA 23, the AI doing less than ever, and there's been more goals than ever, it certainly seems. We'll wait till the season is done to collect the data and goal tallies and work out if it is the most prolific E-League in the 6 years of the competition. It is certainly up there. And Ngidi up there with quality. Thankfully, R9, I was a bit worried. I held my breath once more that was going to be skied over. It's the roof of the net for R9 and 3 of the best to Ngidi.
Yep, hat-trick for R9. My boy, he has turned up today for Ngidi, and look, there's no complaints from him there. You know, he really worked it well there, and you know, his player selection, decision making in the final third's been fantastic so far in this game, and well done. Really nice goal.
Virgil in the way, the JMK shot. Ngidi selecting the defender. And here is Hakimi at left back. Once again, I almost think it was Mark 11 playing this game at times. How similar it is. Compliment to both competitors. JMK holds firm, but there he is right on cue before Agarkovic is in the way. If we're enjoying the large amount of goals in FIFA 23, some of the midfield turnovers maybe not as appealing to the eye. Back on that in a moment, because JMK is forward, Theo getting forward. You know what, just make my point, right on cue. Without that sort of driven pass reliability, Mitch Austin, it feels like in midfield, quite a few turnovers this season.
Yeah, and I think, you know, a lot of the players do tend to kind of overuse that driven pass, and it is a bit of a recipe for a giveaway and a turnover, which, you know, can lead to a quick counter-attack when you're playing against this caliber of players. And you know, I'm guilty of it myself when I play. You know, sometimes you just get stuck in the trap of trying to overdo it with that driven pass. But you know, if it comes off, it is really effective, and it's hard to defend, especially in those sort of final third areas. You know, when you've got R9 central, you know, in the box, and you're driving them balls into him. You know, it's really hard to kind of switch your defender in time. You know, to get out there and press and tackle. So, yeah, it's a skill in itself to master, I think.
Trivela pass, still favoured. Of course, the driven pass has been buffed ever so slightly. Still underpowered compared to previous iterations of our esport. Keep an eye on it throughout the evening, as we have done throughout the tournament. Mbappe through, but again, the keeper is out for JMK. The last defender, or indeed Van der Sar, the only thing stopping this from being 5-0 or more at the moment.
Yeah, I really like how Ngidi uses that step over. You know, he gets the angle nicely where he gets that nice little speed boost off the step over. And JMK with a big chance here to equalise. Oh, Ronaldinho. Really unlucky there and frustrating for JMK.
Ngidi choosing to mark the passing lane rather than the ball carrier, and he can be happy with his decision-making in the end. The width of the post, the only thing that was the difference. But hey, you don't green time your shots. Maybe that's what happens. Maybe that is one of the margins at this level, Mitch.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, you know, JMK's got some joy sort of in those wider areas, and he's, you know, at times he's tried to kind of force it through the middle, which Ngidi's just had on lockdown. So I think if you can maybe try and utilise the wider areas, maybe make a bit of a sub, Alawiran maybe. Bit of pace down the wings and try and get those cutbacks into the box and create some opportunities.
Can you tell that we're a fan over here so used to the only version of the full item that Mitch and I can get our hands on at the moment anyway, but hey, give us some time and we can talk about him even more, or even better, talk about the best competitors in the region using those best foot items. And here is R9 again. Mbappe, JMK does really well. Militao, there you go. Obviously an incredible foot item, the team of the year, something that a lot of competitors utilized earlier on in the competitive season. He started this attack essentially for JMK, only 5 in-game minutes remaining of leg 1. Maldinho, slightly heavy touch, and Ngidi will go again. A bit hard to believe this is only just 3-0, maybe at both ends now, Mitch.
Yeah, it's sort of end-to-end stuff here, and as you said, it's JMK has had a couple of chances here towards the back end, but he's just not sort of taking his chances when he's needed to. And as I said, that last one hitting the post, as you said, could he have green timed it? Sometimes it's difficult. It's if you're not fully confident in the green time finish, I think personally, maybe you don't need to have it on, because I feel like when you're using these sort of players with the finishing they've got, you don't always need to have the green time on. But look, I think if you want to play at this level, the green time finishing is a must.
Certainly, if you're hoping for a playoff spot, a top 2 spot, or maybe a bit of that prize pool money, it's a must here in the group stage. Maybe that is what is holding JMK from getting on the board. It remains Ngidi 3, JMK King 0 after that first leg. More or less to the script, as we mentioned before. Mitch Austin, Ngidi in control, even when the scoreline hasn't necessarily reflected it, even against maybe an unfavored opponent in Brady earlier on, and that scoreline was so close, you just get the sense that this man is in charge.
Yeah, and I could see it coming. His attacking play in the final third has just been really good, and as you can see there, his step overs that he utilises, he works it really well, where he gets himself that nice speed boost, and it's really hard to defend. So yeah, he's had a really good first leg here, and a deserved lead going into the second leg.
Like the urgency, as we talked about, the tackling part of the game, not something that chat really cares about, but Mitch and I do. We love the defense, and we're talking about the midfield interceptions maybe not being something that we like to see so much, but it is those manual challenges that both Mark 11 and Ngidi are just so prominent at. Fantastic to see that pressure being put on in a game where he really needs to take the initiative. Goodness knows, maybe you have the likes of a Paddy again. Sorry, Paddy, for bringing you up, but if you've got 5 players at the back, that's probably our best example. And it means that the top competitors, the top ranked competitors, maybe need to push on that little bit earlier to avoid those sticky situations.
Yeah, exactly. And I think just touching on in terms of the defending side of the game again, like, the jockeying, I think, I've played against a lot of my mates, that think they're good at FIFA, but they still hold X to defend. And it's like, not many,
times have changed.
The jockey defending and stuff like that. But in terms of the manual defending and positioning yourself perfectly to, block the shots, get the tackle in, the timing of the circle challenge, making that right, they're all kind of in-game decisions where you've got a split second to try and make the decision where, it could be a penalty or a foul, in the wrong area of the pitch. So, yeah, as you said, there's a lot that goes into the defending aspect of the game, and obviously, we appreciate the attacking stuff, but I think, as you said, it's good to get the defensive side of the game in there as well.
Maybe have a look at that. We were saying how fortunate we are to have the dual cast, tri-cast and more, so that one person can maybe look at the opponent, what they're doing defensively, as the other person's focusing on the ball carrier. So maybe if you're particularly new to FIFA 23 or FIFA esports, that's something for you to think about. Is essentially half the game that you're playing, so you might as well focus on it. What about the goals and the finishing, though, at the other end, Mitch? Ngidi, a lot more clinical, maybe a bit of luck, maybe a bit of fortune, but when his R9 just couldn't hit the backside of a barn door one week, this week, it's the roof of the net, clinicality, and we love it.
Yeah, I think he's, probably thought he's owed Ngidi a couple of goals after his performance against Brady. So, look, as we said, sometimes that's just how FIFA goes, and your R9's not on it, but today he's literally doesn't look like missing anything, and yeah, Ngidi's looked really bright in the final third, creating chances. You know, all his skill moves are on point in terms of, you know, creating goal-scoring opportunities. And yeah, I think JMK just needs to try and maybe try and use the wings a little bit more. I thought he got a bit of joy in those wider areas, and maybe aim for those cutbacks that seem to be quite hard to defend. And yeah, hopefully he can try and get himself back into this game.
We would love to see a contest. FIFA 23 being high scoring, we're getting plenty of action and highlights, seeing it all over social media and enjoying your comments and feedback on those. But do like a close game most of all. Ngidi with Mbappe, it's lovely, almost beats the third defender. JMK maybe was going for the challenge, ends up giving it away. This near side it will be Hakimi, and Ngidi finds him.
His R1 dribbling is really impressive, and JMK is really struggling to get the ball off him, and Ronaldinho's just running rings, and R9 could have a fourth here.
You
there
know
we go.
it, Mitch. You're all over it. You see Ngidi just waiting for R9 to move centrally, pulls the trigger and does not miss. 4-0 on aggregate. We've said it before, and maybe doesn't matter, with all due respect, what JMK King does at this point when your competitor is this locked in.
Yeah, he's really on it today, Ngidi, and been a fantastic professional performance, I think, from himself. And you know, this has really given him the confidence, I think, to move forward and sort of establish himself as possibly a favourite going into the E-League finals.
Player is through because JMK King has pushed up with a defender. This would be 5. Goes near post, Van der Sar covers it. I was going to say well, maybe well enough. It stays at 4. Maybe we can expect it to open up. It's what you've been crying out for, Mitch, from competitors who are behind. There's no point really, says Mitch Austin, in just making it only 6-0 instead of 7-0 or whatnot. Go out and try and get yourself a goal or two. If you've been practicing your boxing celebration, at least give yourself the chance to use it.
I just think for Ngidi, like, if he can keep a clean sheet here, you know, I think that in itself is, you know, nearly as good as obviously getting the 3 points. You know, it's really hard to not concede a goal in FIFA, you know, and if you can obviously, you know, manage that in, you know, over 2 legs against a competitor of JMK's standards, you know, that's a great achievement, and really going to give him that confidence, I think, in his defensive game going into, you know, the latter part of the season.
Here is R9 again, across the turf this time, a different type of finish. I don't think that's even a low driven, it's just that a shot with minimal power. Didn't get to catch it live. Loved it all the same. Ngidi with 5 and R9 with 5. Immediately from kickoff, JMK King. It's Theo. He doesn't want it. Makes the pass to a man who's a bit more covered. First time shot out for a corner kick. Credit to JMK King for giving us a game of sorts, and certainly not just parking the bus. Traore in the way. A-League men's foot items delighting us here on the couch and a lot of you on social media. Goodness knows what more we have in store. Maybe a different type of goal scorer for Ngidi, because this is Mbappe. Thought then he's just going to do me wrong there, Mitch, and X-pass it to R9, who ended up being wide open.
Yeah, I think he just wants R9 to just consistently score here. But yeah, look, I think one thing you'll find with JMK, you know, he's not one to give up, and he'll keep pushing for that goal. And you know, I don't think you'll see Haaland coming on and running around. Yeah, you'll definitely see JMK push for as many goals as he can here. And obviously he's got in the back of his mind, you know, in terms of the goal difference, as we touched on earlier on in the show. So yeah, still a bit of time here for him to maybe try and claw a couple of goals back.
Time for a hilarious yellow card, and at the other end, the crossbar hit, and on the follow-up, it goes wide. 2 half chances, neither of them good enough for Ngidi to take.
No, I don't know how he's missed that bicycle kick there from Mbappe, but I think at the moment it's just R9's the only one that's got his shooting boots on for Ngidi.
JMK going for goals, as we talked about. We're so happy to see him doing so, not shutting up shop. And yet Mbappe, yellow card offence, tackling the defender who cleared it. Left him on the ground, a little comical, but certainly not going to impact this game to any great standard. 5 goals to 0. We've seen bigger margins. We talked about Dylan That being Dylan of Sydney FC, saying that 10-0 maybe not enough. I'm looking for 20. Ngidi is pushing on. R9 in the build-up. Akimi across the tarmac. I was going to say to the player, it doesn't get there. Goalkeeper interception. Interception again, and this is where Mitch's head will roll. It gets a bit helter-skelter. It gets a bit exciting, but a little bit messy all the same.
Yeah, I think it's just frustration and just rushing the play from JMK there. You know, I think when you win the ball back, it's really important to kind of stick those first 2 or 3 passes just to get hold of it. Because I think if you're chasing the ball, trying to get it back for so long, and then you finally get it back and you just turn it over again, it's just a recipe for disaster and frustration mentally for yourself.
But arguably get his fullbacks involved. If you have a look narrowly, not a lot on offer without a red or black jersey. Does try it narrow. Ngidi with yet another successful manual challenge, and there is the turnover. We can talk about JMK and what maybe we wish he would do a little bit differently, but credit please Ngidi. Western Sydney Wanderer is back in black and red. Play a lock from JMK, but the player brought up. It's lovely done, and JMK in response just before the half just holds down sprint. Trying to find Ronaldinho with that extra pass. There's no stoppage time once more. We'll try and stay active, Mitch. We'll try and stay with it. It's good fun. It's exciting stuff. A little bit maybe of an anticlimax because the result's seemingly locked in, but plenty of action. The XG maybe not explaining how close these competitors have been.
Yeah, and look, I think Ngidi's going to be really happy with how it's played out so far. His defensive game, attacking play has just been second to none so far. And look, you know, kind of sums up JMK's performance so far. Only, you know, completing 1 shot. It's not pretty viewing for himself. And you know, I think we all know what a good player JMK is. I think his issue has kind of been, I think, his consistency. You know, like one game he's really good, and then the second game he's he's really up and down with his performances, and I think you know, that's obviously something he probably is wanting to work on, and is definitely improving. But yeah, you know, Ngidi's just been, as I said, we can't really take anything from his performance. I think he's been fantastic so far.
JMK dominating possession, almost twice as many passes, but it's the efficiency, 75% tackle success rate for Eneza. 12 interceptions, I think I might have seen as well. All of that just backing up what you've seen, what we've seen at the Western Sydney Wanderer. He's making a big statement here with another match to come. If you've been enjoying what you've seen from this incredible competitor, he will be playing again later today, or competitors with 2 matches each match day. This extended format here in E-League Australia 2023. Nivea men giving us what we want. Goalkeeper called out. The header is clean. Few incidents with goalkeepers yesterday, Mitch. Thankfully not on that occasion.
Yeah, and Badasar playing the old sweeper keeper there. He's switched on, and he's nearly, probably, could you say that's an assist maybe off the other end of the field? But great goal there from Ngidi, and look, he's not showing any signs of slowing down here.
Hockey assist maybe. Different goal scorer though with Mbappe. There's your variety perhaps, and that's a bit different. It's the same old quality from this established competitor, somebody who maybe has flown under the radar. And after today, you mentioned ahead of Naylor. We'll see what goes down. Don't go anywhere, just kicking off our evening, and excited to see what the rest of the competitors will bring. A pass never on in truth, but a rare misplaced pass in what has been an otherwise nearly flawless performance, Mitch. If anything, it's just been a shot or two. It's hit the woodwork. Let's see if JMK, in his eyes, can correct that. The extra pass, and it does go in. Nicely done, a little bit more chill. And doesn't he love that?
JMK, love it. Love the celebration, mate. He's buzzing about it. Look, nicely worked goal, and yeah, it's good to see him get on the score sheet. I'm sure Ngidi will be frustrated he's not kept a clean sheet, but look, it's yeah, nice goal for JMK, and hopefully maybe he can get a couple of goals back here.
We just love having the face cams and seeing the competitor reactions. Nothing beats it. I know a lot of you maybe want to talk just about the 4 items, just about the E-League, A-League clubs and whatnot, but and nothing in this competition without these 2 gentlemen right now. Get on board, support them, because they can do things we can only dream of behind the sticks. There is another one of those driven passes that's simply not on for JMK. Ngidi, just like perhaps Brady last week, scoring against him could be one of the worst things you could do, Mitch, because he just locks in even more. Have a look at that cliche, the gamer mode, leaning forward, concentrating, maybe just a bit annoyed, as you said before, that it's not a clean sheet, as unrealistic as that might be.
Yeah, locks in, as you said, with Brady, locks in, and, you know, you've got that fear of, is he going to make a meme about you and post it on Twitter as well if you lose or something along those lines. Maybe someone's going to get JMK here for his shadow boxing, but look, it's been a great game. Really enjoyed this one, and there's been some cracking goals. Ngidi, as we said, just been top level, top class tonight so far.
That is a lovely ball into feet. Is there a finish at the end of it? It's sublime. Ngidi, you've done it again. Ronaldinho, the goal scorer. The passing, the vision, the build-up. That could be one of the most underrated goals of the day, maybe the tournament so far.
Yeah, fantastic. And just the way he just worked it across. Didn't underplay it, didn't overplay it. Knew exactly where he wanted to play the ball in terms of getting it in the right position to put the ball in the back of the net, and that's been the difference so far. Ngidi's decision making in the final third has just been outstanding.
Fellow commentator, former elite competitor, Justin Josefsky, certainly have a talk about that. I'm sure he will later on as well. Big fan of what these competitors can do, but the decision making particularly, it's something that then all we can do is say in hindsight, but they're doing it in real time, and Virgil in the way again. Very hard to articulate live, something that I like to go back and watch and work out exactly what they did in the build-up, look at what their opponent did to maybe give them the space. But in that example from Ngidi, it's just perfection with every little pass, every moment. When you're doing it first time, that's when you know you can truly tell, Mitch.
Yeah, and I can't really find a single fault here from this performance from Ngidi. I mean, this has just been the complete performance from start to finish, attacking, defending. Commentator's curse probably coming up right now when Ronaldinho slots this one, but typical. Maybe I'll just keep talking, I'll help JMK out here, but yeah, look, obviously this doesn't change the effect of the game, but look, I think Ngidi, this has been a really commanding performance for him, and I personally really think this is kind of put him in sort of one of the favourite brackets for winning the E-League.
Hopefully we get to hear from him at some stage, maybe tonight or later in the tournament once more. Really well done, to be fair, from JMK when that pass was overhit. Realised he wasn't locked on, so makes the challenge. And it's been that first time lofted through ball to Ronaldinho on this near side. This time going across the face, maybe goalkeeper movement, the only thing for Ngidi to work on later on today.
Yeah, and for all of JMK's play, the ball over the top to Ronaldinho, he seems to be getting the most joy out of. So I think we've seen a bit of a laugh from him there, probably thinking to himself, maybe this is the way to go. Forget the intricate passing and just play some fifth-tier English football and over the top.
Yeah, certainly not a criticism at all. It's what we love about FIFA 23, the variety of ways to play. You heard some competitors and panelists yesterday talking about how playoffs FIFA might actually be that different style where you can't just long ball it, run down the wing and drive it across the face. But here at the regular season, maybe just to get yourself some goal difference back. Goodness knows how in Group A that can well decide those playoff spots. Here in Group B, to open up the evening, is a clinic from Ngidi, one of the best in our region, going under the radar way too much, at least in our opinion. We'll try and right that wrong. For JMK King and the Wellington Phoenix, we spoke about the pressure representing being a local competitor. Certainly did his club proud there, at least late on, against such a quality opponent.
Yeah, look, he got a couple of nice goals there at the end, and Ronaldinho stepping up. But yeah, touching on Ngidi again, his performance really good. Look, obviously disappointing for JMK, but as I said, he's just been a bit inconsistent. He's been kind of up and down, had really good performances, and then obviously not so good today. But look, he's got a second chance with another game later on tonight, and hopefully he can bounce back.
Yeah, they'll be here. We'll be here. Won't you join us for round 2 after this short break? Welcome back to A-League Australia 2023, presented by Nivea for Men. Nivea Men, however you want to say it, however you want to explain Nagidi's play. Absolutely incredible. We've been talking about it. Pretty much just want to sit here. Sometimes you sort of go in the back, check on the other game. When the featured game's so good, Mitch, you just got to drink it in.
Yeah, it was a great first game. And as you said, a bit of a clinic there from Nagidi. Fantastic defending, fantastic attacking. Had everything on show, skill moves, all the lot. So, yeah, great performance and thoroughly enjoyed watching that one.
Enjoying it so much. What about for JMK King? Any advice for him or anything that you think he should be doing differently later on today?
No, I think he just needs to, obviously he came up against a quality opponent, and sometimes you need to just applaud your opponent. Sometimes they're generally just better than you on the night. And yeah, I think that's what Nagidi did tonight. But as we said, JMK is a bit inconsistent, I think, with his play, and sometimes he's really good, and then other nights, he's probably not had the best of nights. So look, he'll be looking to bounce back, and I believe in him, and I'm sure he believes in himself, and I think he'll hopefully try and get a positive result in his next game.
Yeah, certainly seemed to have that respect from his opponent. Nagidi, of course, one of the favourites of this group, and Lav's going to have a chat with the great man.
Nagidi, long time no see. You had last week off. How do you think that is going to impact Group B's season? Do you think that puts you guys at an advantage, a disadvantage? How are you feeling about it?
No, the week off was actually, it felt good. I didn't play FIFA the last week since E-League, as you said, but I felt like it just gave me like a bit of a refreshment. I came back just feeling calm and refreshed, and just played my best FIFA pretty much.
And you've absolutely come back strong.
Yeah.
I think the big question at the moment is, how are you feeling about the table? We've obviously got Naylor and Saad facing off later tonight. How do you think the results of that match is going to impact your standing in the table? Obviously, one of them likely has to lose. How is that going to impact your season?
I don't think it will impact me much. I just play the game the same way I play against everyone. Obviously, there's different game planning against different people. Naylor's a top player, Saad's a top player. So, like, for me, it's just, like, executing my game plan and just knowing what they're going to do. Because me and Naylor played a lot of times, me and Saad played a lot of times, so we know, like, the ins and outs of each other's game. So it's just more about, like, the fine margins going your way.
Well, hopefully they go your way. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Lav, and thank you to Nagidi. He's locked in, Mitch. I love it when you see this gentleman in this level, in this mood. It's what we say is unbeatable. It doesn't matter what your opponent is. We're talking about JMK King and maybe what he can do a little bit better. When Nagidi is like that, he's simply unplayable.
Yeah, I think he's kind of just been, warming into it a bit since the start of the E-League. I think he's kind of got better, every week, and I think that performance tonight is just sort of, I think everything's kind of coming together for him now, and I think the rest of the E-League really need to watch out for him, because if he's going to keep playing like that, as I said, he's going to be one of the favourites and he's going to be up there.
Yeah, what about what he's sort of saying about the refresher as well? We've had it from a few competitors, and sometimes we're not so sure. Sometimes we're like, is it really that good to be that chill? Is it really what you need? A lot of competitors saying they haven't put in the hours that maybe that they needed to. Nagidi's saying that they got the week off unexpectedly, and he's come back refreshed.
Yeah, I think, I play a heap of FIFA, and sometimes, when you kind of have a couple of days off from playing, it does just sort of mentally refresh you, because, it's a mentally straining game. You're concentrating, and obviously you've got to perform at a high level. So, it's a good call from him, and obviously going into the game now.
Thank you very much, Mitch. Appreciate your comments. Round 2 underway now. Dylan Gomes of Perth Glory, and Brady's back for the Mariners.
Keen to get into this one, Justin, and we'll see what we're going to be getting out of this game. Obviously, both of these lads either towards the bottom end or the middle of the table, so they both got a fair bit of work to do if they want to try to keep their playoff dreams alive.
Yeah, well, as we mentioned, because Group B have only really played half the games of Group A, still plenty of opportunity to pick up points, plenty of opportunity to move up the table, and just be able to put yourself in those top 6 playoff positions. Just, try work your way up the table.
Yeah. So, see what we're going to get out of this one. Dylan looking to pressure into the box, some fancy footwork. Mbappe trying to find an opportunity here. Brady harassing him on the defense and off the legs of the defender. Brady will get possession back. He's going to start making his way up the field, taking his time. But with the ref blowing the whistle, going to get a little bit of a reset here.
Yeah, I think a lot of Brady's game in this matchup is going to be to look to hit on the counter. Not going to see it here just because there's been a reset with the free kick. Look to try and work his way into Dylan's half, his final third. Look to just try and create an opportunity, really.
So how are we feeling about this game for Brady? You know, I feel like I watch a lot of different esports tournaments and things like that. Someone's got to get the wooden spoon. Someone's got to be the punching bag sometimes. And at leaast so far in this E-League season, it has been Central Coast. But Brady, you know, it's not like he's been unable to find points here and there, unable to definitely push some of the better competitors. So how are you feeling about his expectations in this group?
Well, a lot of the time, it's very funny with Brady because look, I think he knows in himself he's not as up there in regards to quality as the other competitors in the league. And I think himself, he admits that he's just there sometimes for the memes. Have you ever come across, I guess, players in comps that are just really there for the memes?
No, for sure. You know, you get your for fun gamers who are just good enough, talented enough to be able to make it into the competition. In fact, one of the competitions I was covering last season of Counter-Strike, there was a team, they didn't practice at all. They just rocked up to all the games and they were good enough to get into the top 8. And some people were whinging like, you know, oh my God, why do we let this team into the league and things like that? But at the end of the day, if you're good enough to make it in the league, if you're good enough to take some wins along with you, you know, you're a competitor that deserves some level of respect. And we always love a little bit of an upset, even if it's, especially when there's a little bit of fun, a little bit of trash talk behind it sometimes.
No, I think it's maybe slightly disrespectful on my part saying that Brady's here slightly just for the memes. I mean, he did deserve to make it into this competition. He won the Pro-Am tournament last year that the Central Coast Mariners won. Harrison, what are your thoughts on Brady and his memes, I guess?
I love it. I mean, I think content is what sets up this league to go big, and it's something that's different compared to all the other leagues around the world, and I love it. Of course, we'd like to see Brady get a few more points, and maybe those memes might stick a bit more, but hey, we're here for the banter, but we're also here for the FIFA, and hopefully today he's able to put on a show.
Well, Dylan, player who is here to make W's happen off the left post. Unreal. That's highway robbery that's been committed there. Could have backed that one for a goal every day of the week there, Justin.
He built up the play for that so well. Just very unlucky to hit the post there. But I'm sure that's not going to be the last chance we're going to see from Dylan. Creates a large amount of chances. Just got to be clinical in front of goal and take the lead. Still only 30 minutes into this first half.
Yeah, no one's scored just yet. Taking their time to build things up. Brady going to start passing it up towards the top side of the field.
Yeah, he's been playing fairly well. I think both of them are matched quite well, so this is going to be a really good game. We're already 30 minutes in, haven't seen a goal. Both of the boys have been trying to be a bit pressure on the offense, but both defenses are standing up right now. As you can see, Brady's just holding onto the ball. He's playing very, very composed, just trying to make sure he plays the passes in correctly, and he's just playing slowly, which is sometimes good. I mean, I know last night we had a lot of goals, but you know, it's good to stay composed and make sure you find that right pass at the end, and he's playing well here. Maybe he might have an attack. He's still driving in. Could we see a cross? Could we see an extra pass? We've got Cummings and Hullet with the goal. There we go. It's 1-0. Central Coast take it, and there we go, a gritty. It's Brady's famous gritty. He goes again, and I don't see many Hullet gritties, but I love that one. You got to clip that up, hopefully.
Yeah, Dylan's not really a fan, personally, but we'll see if he's going to be able to respond. What I really want to see is someone editing some kind of insect flying into Brady's mouth when he's playing FIFA, because the man just does not close his mouth the entire game.
What I really want to talk about is just the quality of that goal, to be honest with you. I feel like myself, and I don't know if other people agree with me, but I attribute Brady to a counter-attacking kind of FIFA play style. But that was an amazing build-up play. He constantly held the ball and look to just work it around Dylan's box, just trying to find the right avenue of pass, and he did it brilliantly and deserved that goal.
Dylan trying to respond, but good defense there from Brady. And we'll see him. I mean, do you feel like this is a bit of a different play style from Brady tonight than Harrison? Because it feels like he's quite comfortable just holding on to the ball and working things up, building things up. Hold on, he's creating a little bit of pressure here, running it straight up the field, but not quite able to convert. It's good defense from Hakimi.
Well, I think, as you were saying, like, we've had the week off, so Brady maybe taken some time to practice some more things and change up his game style. As we see Dylan going in on attack, we see him pass it across the box. Very good defending by Brady, and that takes us to the end of the half. 1-0 Central Coast. Brady, he'll be happy with that. Dylan, not so much, but it's been a good game so far.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm saying about Brady. Like, you know, you've got both of the Central Coast lads in either group here, Justin, but Brady, you know, he's playing some decent names. Obviously, Group B maybe not as stacked as Group A is, but still some solid competitors. And I feel like every time I'm watching Brady plays these games, like every second game or so, he's putting some of these boys through their paces.
Well, I think we spoke about it a bit last night, the consistency. That's the difference between the top echelon of players and really the middle range to bottom of the league. You have to be consistent if you want to see yourself at the top of the ladder in Group B. That's why you have the likes of Naylor, Saad, Negedi constantly at the top of the table, just because they're so consistently good at putting in those performances. And this is, so far, this is a Brady I haven't really seen before. He's being very patient in defense, being very patient in attack as well.
Like, I'm seeing some frustration there from Dylan. Every time he's getting himself into a position where he can maybe score, Brady's quite persistent, quite adept at harassing him on the defense and grabbing possession back. Here's maybe another opportunity for a second there, but Virgil able to intercept. And we're going to get things resetting a little bit. Brady again going to start to build up this play. Dylan being very aggressive, trying to challenge even on this side of the field. It's something I've seen in other esports competitions as well. Even if there's a player or a team that in a round robin group is not necessarily doing well for themselves and is not expected to advance to the playoffs, they are like what I like to call someone that can kind of play spoiler. They can beat you in the game where you really need to win to advance, and Brady could be the perfect example of that, I think, Harrison.
Yeah, I think so. Like, he put Negedi through his paces a couple of weeks ago, and everyone was very surprised. As we see Dylan get the goal back, and he equalises. He's going to be happy with that. You can see him with his little celebration in the player cam as well. It's brought it back even, and he's going to be happy with that because he's probably going to be felt like he should have got an opportunity in the past that he should have put in. But, yeah, it's 1-1, and still 40 minutes to play in this first leg.
Tiny little difference in the formation there, Justin. Anything else kind of standing out to you?
Yeah, that Eder Militao at right back, it's really interesting, to be honest with you. I'm not sure if that's because of chemistry, but a centre-back card, he can play right back with his chemistry. That is the case, but just not something you see very often. You see the likes of Timothy Hakimi at right back, but maybe even using an A-League player as your right back. But he's just made a sub there. Speaking of, I believe that is Timothy Hakimi he subbed on. I don't know if that's a commentator curse. Dylan with the fancy skills. And speaking of fancy skills, one thing I want to quickly touch on is the use of that Ronaldo chop in his goal. I don't see people using the Ronaldo chop often, do you, Harrison?
No, you don't really, and I remember learning a few years ago, it is a nice skill to have in your back pocket, and Dylan pulled it off fantastically, being able to equalise here, and he's playing with a bit more composure now. He's playing with a bit more ease, and that smart pass could have hit now. He's still got it with Ronaldinho, and Brady has been able to compose himself out of defence, and he's going to be happy he hasn't conceded there. As we continue with Hakimi, that might be his first touch as he's been brought on, and as you noted, he had that Militao on, and he's taking him out, and potentially Militao was getting a bit losing a bit of energy on that right back position where he doesn't regularly play, I'd say.
Bit of a scuffle between both of the Hullets, but Dylan going to maintain possession here just for a second. Brady again going to start building up the play a little bit. Some quick passing. Trying to find space with Mbappe up on the top side, but scuffs the pass a little bit there, Justin.
I think we've seen a slight change the way both players are playing. Dylan seems to be playing with a lot more confidence since he grabbed that goal. And really since the second half has begun. Brady, we're not seeing holding the ball as well as he was in the first half. Is that because of the press that Dylan's putting on? Maybe.
Could be the case. Pele going to pass it over to Mbappe, and again, similarly to what we saw before, it's just the one simple pass over and just straight into the backside of the net.
Yeah, and I think it's a clear change-up from Dylan and his how he's playing in this second half. He definitely wasn't happy, as we could see from his emotions on the player cam, and he's changed it up. Whether he thought he wasn't holding the ball much, and Brady had 57% possession at the half, but Brady is in on goal. Is he going to pass it across? He has, with Cummings, and it's been saved. I believe that's Van der Sar. He always comes out when he's much needed. But yeah, it does look like Dylan has changed up how he's playing. He's holding more possession. It would be good if they throw up a possession stat in the corner to note where it's at now, but I think it would be more 50-50.
I'll keep an eye on things as the half kind of comes to a close here. Dylan with another opportunity, just patiently passing it around, getting deeper in towards the box. It was a good attempt there, but saved nicely there, Justin.
Yeah, since that first goal, again, Dylan has just been passing it around the edge of the box really well. And this is the position where he's really created a majority of his chances, looking to find that open pass, but unlucky this time to not find it. See Brady look to hit on the counter maybe.
Yeah, could have an opportunity to do so. Hakimi running it up the bottom side, as we've seen a couple of times for Brady. Going to pass it over to Ronaldo, but can't quite convert it. Goes a little bit wide. So now we're going to get a reset. Dylan with a chance to once again build up the play here. A third goal would put a lot more pressure as we head into the second leg here, Justin.
Yeah, I think either way, a goal here is going to make the game very interesting. If Dylan can grab that third, as you said, I think gives him that opportunity to just play a bit even more relaxed. But then again, does he go to, if he grabs a third, does he go to look to try and move towards goal difference in that second leg, or is he going to just look towards to just shoring things up and making sure he can pick up the 3 points?
I think he needs points. I think for a competitor like Brady, in the position that he is in the group, goal difference is something that he might not, be thinking about too much. Also just needs to put himself in a position where he can maybe qualify, and Ronaldo bullied out there by Hullet. Mbappe going to pass it up to Ronaldinho. He's going to chip it pretty deep in there. Not going to be able to find anything though, and as we head towards the end of the first leg here, it's going to be 2-1. Really nice response there from Dylan after that initial goal.
Yeah, and you could almost say that's a tale of two different, halves really. We had Brady that was playing very, very well in that first half, and then that second half Dylan actually took over, and it was two different stories, and Dylan's been able to walk away from that first leg 2-1 up, and he'll be very happy with that, and I'm sure he'll want to continue things next leg.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's great to see the player cams as well. It gives you a bit of an insight into the competitors' expectations of a game sometimes. You're talking about the emotion there for Dylan. You can very much see from his posture, from his facial expressions, that he thinks he's got this game in the bag. He should be winning, and he's turned it around well.
No, I think it's really good that you brought that up, talking about the player cams. I think you just get kind of what the player's thinking really. Not just like in their expressions, but what's probably going on in the back of their head. Where do they go from there? Do they look frustrated, agitated if they've conceded, or are they still calm? A lot of it is mindset. I think we spoke about that yesterday, Harrison, off broadcast. Spoke about that mindset. Mindset is so important for the top players, that consistency. And for example, with Brady's chance there, you saw his reaction looked a bit flustered, bit agitated when he missed that chance right at the end. Could have made it 2-2 going into the second leg.
Yeah, that's for sure. And it's like IRL football, isn't it? It's mental and a physical game. And although we don't have the physicality of slide tackles and bumping players off the ball, it does get a bit heavy mentally. And obviously Dylan was able to come back from that. We saw his frustration, and he looks a lot happier now, I can say that.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's something that we love about these esports competitions is just the fact that there is that pressure. You're playing against other competitors, especially you add a face cam element, you add a LAN element. I remember having a discussion with somebody a while ago about like who would be the best player in a competition if you're just playing in a black box, you have no idea who you're playing against, and who would win championships. And I think we were talking about it in a different esport where we would think old mate who's playing online with no pressure, his feet on the desk, might be the best player in the world. But once you add a little bit of pressure into that, that's where you need a whole other range of skills and and you need a bit of character as well to bring yourself through some of these games, Justin.
No, I completely understand that. I remember the first time walking onto E-League Season 1 in the studio and all the bright lights, and you instantly feel the pressure and you instantly feel that. I felt really stressed, honestly. Like, it was more not trying to enjoy yourself. You're more nervous. You're thinking, gee, there's a lot of people watching. I've got to try and pull out a result here and try and perform as best as I possibly can, not just for yourself, but also put on a show for the people that are watching.
So, spicy question for you guys, all right? Doesn't even have to be this season of E-League or the competitors that we've got, but in a black box environment where you have no idea where you're playing, your feet are on the desk, absolutely no pressure, who wins the E-League this season?
Well, that is a very tough one. I don't know if I want to put my name to it, but I think I might put some pressure on Mark 11. I think he would be that player. 3 FGSs so far. I think he's got to be the player to beat.
Okay, fair enough. Dylan here, going to start building up the play yet again. I'd say the momentum's well and truly back with him. I'd love to see Brady, Justin, just kind of reset to where he was when this game started, maybe. Hopefully he can come into this second half with a similar kind of presence. But Dylan's not going to allow that, I don't think. Dylan's straight away applying the pressure, going straight on the offense, looking for an opportunity to score here. Mbappe over to Hakimi. Pull it. I mean, he's just passing it around so quickly, and unfortunately, in this case, it's kind of gotten away from him a little bit.
You were mentioning about how Brady was playing in that first half of the first leg. I say this in the nicest way. I don't remember the last time I've seen Brady play such nice passing play football. He's usually hitting on the counter a bit, and it's not to discredit him at all. I want to see more football like that from him.
Yeah, more well-rounded. Change up the play style a little bit. How often is it that you see people kind of change things up during one season? Obviously we've got all these different kind of play styles. You've got players with several seasons of competition under their belt that have a few more tools in the toolbox, but how hard is it to really incorporate a whole new style, when you're already in the midst of competing in a group?
Yeah, I think it is fairly difficult, but I do like the change up here as well. And I think the element that we have, that the E-League is broadcasted and you can actually watch and see everyone's gameplay. Obviously not everyone streams their games on Twitch, their rivals and their foot champs, but with the E-League being broadcasted, you get that element. You can take aspects from people's games, and obviously at the moment in Group B we've got still 2 unbeaten competitors in Naylor and Sard, and could Brady be pickpocketing some of their skills and wanting to element them into his game?
Certainly a possibility. And even further on from that, you got your overseas competitions that you can pick up a couple of tips from, Justin.
Yep, no, I think a lot of players will benefit from watching overseas competitions. As we mentioned last night, we had the E-Premier League over the weekend. Being able to watch some of the best competitors play one of the best competitions in the world, you're able to pick up a lot of things that you probably wouldn't have thought of. I mean, there's a reason why they're the best in the world. As you see, Kylian Mbappe running through on goal there for Dill.
Just keeps going. Went a little bit over the 99 there. Sent it all the way out of bounds in this case. Yeah, that kind of used to be my my philosophy when I was trying to compete in other games was, man, these European teams keep smashing all the Aussies. What if I just play like a European team and then maybe we might have a little bit more success domestically? Didn't really work for me, but it's an interesting concept. Still got my shit pushed in, but anyway, Dylan with another opportunity there, And we're going to get a little bit of a pause here. So what are you seeing anything interesting here, Harrison?
Well, as we can see, I think they both started with the same formations they started the first leg. And again, we've seen a 0-0 at the start of this leg. It was the same last leg until we started seeing some goals after about the 30th minute. It's going to be interesting what is running through both of these boys' heads at the moment. Brady, if he wants to win this, needs to get 2 goals back. And Dylan's obviously sitting a bit more comfortable, but getting that extra goal, getting a 2-goal lead, that's going to be in his mind, and that's probably what he wants.
So in from the corner here, it's going to reset things for Dylan. And pretty quick attempt to shoot from just on the edge of the box there. Again, Dylan, this time from the opposite corner, going to run things up a little bit, maybe try a different kind of approach. Just patiently passing it around a couple of defenders. There's so many members here for Brady. And after things get messy a little bit, Dylan's still with a chance. Ronaldinho looking for someone to pass it to. Hullet just taking his time. Doesn't find the right angle or feel comfortable enough to force things. Just trying to draw out maybe a little bit of a mistake from Brady. But again, Brady's defense is solid there, Justin.
Yeah, and now we're going to see him try and hit on the counter, I think. He's got numbers rushing forward. To use the pace out wide, and very unusual cross into the box and defended perfectly by Dylan. Now he looks to just try and bring this ball further up the field. Harrison, that cross was very interesting. I did not expect that at all.
Yeah, I didn't expect that animation at all. I think it was from the outside of the foot as Brady just gets out of the defense. I'd say he was pretty composed there, or I would have been fairly scared in that position, not going to lie. But yeah, that was an odd cross, but maybe next time when he goes down the line, he might decide to hit it with the normal crossing technique, I would say. But as we can see, Dylan is going in for an attack. Could he hit the cross, or is he looking for a pass? He is, and Courtois has jumped on the ball there.
So Brady going to get another chance to reset things here. Pretty low scoring game so far. I mean, both of these players, bit of a scuffle there. Mbappe almost kind of dives in and creates an opportunity. But Dylan going to pick up where he left off. Still so many defenders here for Brady. Dylan often taking his time, just holding control of the ball, waiting for the right angle, waiting for maybe a defender to get drawn out, but again, can't complete a pass there.
This first half, Brady has been mashing the slide tackle button a lot. I don't understand why. He's going to also get himself sent off if he keeps going like that. And I think that's the worst thing he could imagine if he was to get a red card early on. I mean, we are close to the first half being finished, but still not many great chances being created. Need to see something better from both competitors if they want to take a hold of this game and try and make sure they're the ones picking up the 3 points.
Hatch going to run things down the bottom side a little bit. Dylan looking to make sure that this is the last play of this half. Only be one half left in it after this. And look, Dylan already in a good position, up 1 goal, but it's far from a safe one. And after all said and done, going to reset things. Even though he's in the lead, a little bit of frustration in the cams there from Dylan.
Yeah, he's a bit frustrated. You can see he had 67% possession. We were talking about the possession last leg, and he's totally flipped that. He's changed his game style, and maybe with that sort of possession, he would be after a goal. Obviously, he's in the box seat. He's still 2-1 up. What has Brady got to do to potentially turn this one around? When does he throw the kitchen sink at it?
I think he's got to start doing that maybe in the next 10-15 minutes. I think if he hasn't started to do it with the second half, if he hasn't made changes at the second half start, he's got to be looking to do it closer to the 60th minute mark. He's got to look to maybe change his formation, maybe go into a free back, look to be more positive on the attack, because I think he's definitely got the quality to be able to grab a goal, but at this point, Dylan is probably played deserving of the 3 points.
Last half of the game here. Dylan trying to secure himself a spot in the middle of the group, and I dare say with a goal that quickly, he is going to have done so. First 2 minutes of the half, already finding himself an opportunity and converting on it, which means a lot more pressure on Brady now here, Justin.
I'd be very surprised if he doesn't start to make a change soon, because you're down by 2. You've got majority of the second half left, yes, but in game that's not much time really. Got to start to look to make changes soon enough, because I think 1 point doesn't really do much for Brady. I think 1 point doesn't really do much for either player, to be honest with you.
Pape trying to find someone to pass it off to. Unfortunately, Ronaldo can't convert there. He's really trying to send it, get quite aggressive on the defense there, Harrison. But Brady, that's a very optimistic pass straight down the field.
Yeah, and I was just about to say, I hope... it doesn't look like Brady's wearing any headphones, so he doesn't have anyone in his ear, or maybe he has someone beside him, but I think it's time he needs to be able to control the ball here. He needs to be able to make sure that his passes stick, because otherwise he's going to see Dylan running up the field, and he's going to want to be trying to get 70-80% possession by the end of this leg. And we can see here the passes didn't quite lock on, but he's still got the ball. Mbappe, it's been called offside, and Dylan has cued the pause on this one, so maybe he's going to try and go a bit more into a defensive formation. He wants to hold on to this lead. He's 2 goals up, and I can see that being the case with 40 minutes to go.
Yeah, 5-4-1 probably the shout for Dylan. Then, I can't see any other formation other than the 3-4-2-1 for Brady. Maybe the 3-5-2, but I think the more used formation nowadays is the 3-4-2-1. Maybe 3-4 years ago, see people using the 3-5-2 to try and get back into games, but it's just not as good as it used to be. Just interested to see if he's going to try to make subs. We don't see many players often making subs. He has made one. That's Theo Hernandez coming on for Yaya Toure. And that's all, really. Surprised at that. Surprised he hasn't made another sub, Harrison.
Yeah, I would be saying that he probably has switched into that 3-back formation. You would think that maybe the right back has come across into that other centre-back position, and Theo Hernandez might be playing that left mid role in the 3-back. So that's what I would probably be attributing the taking Yaya Toure off. Obviously, he is a bigger body player, and he probably can't run down that wing and get the ball and get those goals that he requires. But with just under 30 minutes to go, he has the ball right now, and you'd think that he'd be wanting to keep hold of it, and that was a bit of a lazy pass there. And Dylan has earned himself a corner.
Had a fair few corners in this game so far. Been quite patient with them. Slide in there from Brady. Going to reset things for a moment. Hakimi going to pass it over to Ronaldo, who's looking for someone to send it off to. Very aggressive defending there from
That's
Brady.
a penalty.
Maybe a little bit too much.
That's a penalty. I didn't mean to interrupt you there,
No, go for
Pilski, but I wasn't sure if it was going to get called. Ronaldinho up to take it. Straight into the top corner. Securing. I don't want to say securing. I've probably shot myself in the foot there, but that's possibly the 3 points for Dylan there.
I hope Dylan's not listening. He doesn't want that cast to Kurtz, but I also do believe that this game might be tucked away now. It might be too far for Brady to come back, and it looks like it again. Dylan's got the ball. He's going to probably stay composed. He doesn't need to attack too much. As we can see here, he may get another one though, and he has. What a goal. Playing very nicely down the byline, and Mbappe with a very agile celebration as well. We don't see the front flip done very often. I'm surprised he hasn't hit the gritty back on Brady from that first goal, but I expected some more smiles from Dylan as well. He just seems focused, he's zoned in, and maybe goal difference is in his head now.
It might be. I think it tells you that his expectation is to win this game in the first place, and I feel like the vibe so far from Dylan has not been one of celebration or happiness just to be on top. That was the expectation in the first place. He's just trying to pummel Brady into the ground here, Justin.
I think we've spoken before. Dylan is playing out of his socks, really. I wanted to talk. Oh, there we go. For those that don't know, that's the celebration that basically replaced the dab. So we're talking about celebrations to go against that gritty. There's the one.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Something went wrong with this game for Brady.
Yeah, it has, and unfortunately, he's going to have to be looking at his later fixture today to try and pick up some points, as it looks like Dylan has got those 3 points in the bag. And look, if I was Dylan, I'd be very, very happy with myself. Although he did concede early on in the game, I believe it's 6-1 right now, and he's really stuck it to Brady and showed that he is someone to look out for in this competition. He can still get in those top 6 spots, and with playoffs looming, could Dylan be a name to look out for?
That's something that I was about to talk about before he grabbed another goal. Ever since he conceded that first goal, he has been locked in. He's played so well, Dylan, passing the ball well across his box, his opponent's box, and just creating multiple chances, multiple goal-scoring opportunities. And ever since he got that 3-goal lead, he's just kept pushing forward. And really, we spoke about it, the mentality. You don't see the really top players react much when they take leads, when they go up by a few goals, and maybe that's why he's locked in. Brady's seen the shrug of the head. He's looks out of it now. I think that's game done. He's he's putting on the Marvin helmet. I do not believe this. Harrison.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's down and out, and it's time for Memes Brady to come out. I expect to see some tweets after this, and if the producer could get a full screen of this would be amazing. I'm sure Brady, he's going to be disappointed with the game, and there he is. He's prepped. He's prepped for the last 20 odd minutes. We could see the Cummings inform card, Nisbet, and everything, and he's wearing his hat proud. And look, we've got 13 minutes left. Could he score a goal? It would be an interesting clip if he scored a goal with his helmet on. But Dylan does look like he's got this game wrapped up defensively as well as offensively.
Yeah, Pilsky, that's what I want to quickly ask you. Have you seen people using props in their in their gameplay?
Yep.
In esports?
Sure. Yep. 100%. I've got some interesting clips to show you after this, Justin. But at least for now, we'll cast the rest of this game. 10 in-game minutes to recover a 5-goal deficit. Don't know about that one, especially when Dylan just keeps getting possession time and time again. He's again going on the offensive inside Brady's box. Luckily, Courtois gets one hand on that, but still another opportunity now.
Yeah, I think Dylan has outclassed him today. I think his experience has shone through, with this being Dylan's, I believe, 3rd E-League with Perth, and obviously having his experience over the past few years with FootWiz and Squad False 9 contracts in the past. Dylan has well and truly shown that, and he's played very well today, and he'll be delighted with his performance here, as we have a potential goal. Oh, we could have seen the goal with the helmet right there. I was looking for that cross with Brady, and another green timed. He might feel like he's a bit unlucky to not get a goal there, and I'm sure he'd be after that clip with the helmet on, but Dylan has stayed secure here, and he looks like he'll probably play out the rest of the game and potentially get another goal.
It's honestly a pretty nice attempt there. I would have been hyped if that goal went in, but good save there from Van der Sar, I think it was. Bellingham, a little bit wide, so now a chance to reset things here for Brady, try to double up his goals and score one with the helmet on in the last few minutes here, Justin, perhaps?
Well, I think that'll be something that the team behind the scenes will be clipping up if he does score with the helmet on. I think that was his missed opportunity with that cross before. I mean, he green timed it, he did everything right, but with some great keeper movement. I think this is Dylan through on goal with Pele. And that's a green beam chip with Kylian Mbappe. And he's going to hit him with the gritty. You look in the bottom left corner. He's hitting him with a real life gritty. Oh boy, the scenes, the absolute scenes. I guess that's what happens when you hit someone with a gritty being 1-0 up early on. You're going to have to take your medicine, Brady.
Oh, unfortunate. Look, it is what it is, 1-7 as we head towards the end of the last leg here. Everything is in slow motion as we celebrate Dylan's great game here. Either way, though, plenty more games of FIFA to get to here in Group B. And to get there, we'll have to go to the quick break, so we'll see you on the other side of this.
Welcome back to E-League Australia 2023. The goals are flowing. The competition is getting more and more intense. The celebrations are back again. Welcome back, welcome back. If you've just missed out, felt like a lot of composure there in that contest. Dylan keeping his cool until the very end. Mitch, I'll talk to you about it a little bit later, but to be honest, I want to hear from the man himself, Lav. Let's please have that chat with Dylan.
Dylan, how are you going? You kept your cool throughout that whole game, but then gave us a pretty glorious celebration at the end. How good does that win feel?
Yeah, it's an important win. It was a frustrating game, to say the least. It felt like, honestly, one of those games in Foot Champs where you can't get your opponent to rage quit. And all the players behind the ball, like, I'm not one of those toxic guys. As soon as he hit the gritty on me, like, I was not losing that game under any circumstances. Obviously, we've seen last night a few controversial tweets. He called my boy Mike J out, took the mickey out of him a little bit. So this is for all those boys out there too, because I wasn't letting him get away with that easily.
So are you saying that this is you've got vengeance for Mike J after a tweet last night?
I don't think Mike needs any vengeance. He has one bad game in the E-League, second on the ladder. I think, I'm all for a bit of banter here and there. I only whipped out the gritty in the last kick of the game, but I think if Try Hard just worried in his own lane a little bit and we all kept to ourselves, we have a nice, peaceful resolution in the A-League.
Speaking of peaceful things and speaking of last night, your brother last night got a bit of coaching assistance. Are you also getting coaching assistance? Are you at Mo's house as well, or are you all solo?
That's my coach. So everyone's familiar with him. He's pretty handy, but I don't really listen to much he says, to be honest. So it's not really ideal, but it was good to get the win today.
So are you saying that if you're not getting the coaching experience, does that make you the better brother?
Oh, absolutely. It might not replicate on the stick sometimes. I'm a bit rusty here and there. I'm a bit of a part-timer these days, but it is good to get a win, and hopefully we can get another one tonight moving forward.
Well, thanks for chatting to us. Thanks so much.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dylan. Thank you very much. Face of Marcus briefly as well. Thank you most of all to Lav. Mitch said would come back to you about chatting with Dylan. He seems delighted. I don't know where the line is now between like banter and healthy competition and the rest of it. Have you found it for us, or is it a bit blurred at the moment?
No, I think it's good. Brings a lot of drama and a lot of interesting stuff to the E-League, which I think we all like. And yeah, I think it's good to see Marcus as well. Good to see his face again after not seeing him much last night. But it was great. Great performance from Dylan there, and topped it off with a nice gritty at the end as well.
Gentlemen, what did we think there? Dylan sort of saying that, you come after my boy Mike J and there's nothing you can do. Being in a separate group, then I guess if I'm Group B, then I'm going to step up to the plate and deliver a blow, a punch, or just a gritty, whatever it is.
Well, as you said, he doesn't really need to get any vengeance for Mike because, as you said, Mike's top of Group A, second Group A. But yeah, he doesn't really need to fight for him, I guess. He's able to fight himself.
Yeah, well, maybe he doesn't need someone on his side regardless. You can decide for yourselves. Let us know, E-League Australia, E-League Oz. Join that conversation, as you might have seen my tweet. It is your league and you can enjoy getting involved, create what you like, and it doesn't need to be in the same group. You don't even need to be a competitor. We're happy to bring it up, have the chat. You see those tweets on your screen. We'll come back to it a little later, probably throughout the night. Goodness knows we will see Dylan again in this third game. Mitch, it's only fair we focus on two competitors looking to seal playoff spots. Yes, maybe even this early. It is Matt Bro of Newcastle Jets versus Saad from Western United.
Yep, really looking forward to this one. Hopefully we're going to see some Saad ball being on display tonight. But look, Matt Bro, tough competitor in himself. It's going to be a good match, and I'm looking forward to it.
An early chance for Saad. Pele will obviously look for that pass inside, finds it, R9 delivers. All right, and the celebration from the outset, if we said we needed to move along, that is why, because Saad is locked in. He's enjoying some tunes. I'm sure Lav will have a chat later tonight with this gentleman, maybe not after this game, maybe after the next. Whenever it is, Mitch, we need to be ready and primed for these competitors, not just on the FIFA 23 pitch, but what they've got to say.
Oh, yes. And Saad, as you said, locked in. He is leaning forward. I don't think he can get any closer to that monitor. I always love his controller position for me. I don't know how he plays like that, but it works. And look, great start for him. Saad ball in full flow early on here.
Yeah, if the lean in is a typical gamer mode pose, when you're trying to concentrate a bit more, normally that controller's rested lower on the lap beneath the desk, but it's in his peripheral there. Bit interesting, bit of a quirk, and can he use it defensively? Not really in control, but Van der Sar does enough. Then goodness knows what happens there on the follow-up. We'll just move right along.
Yeah, a bit of a shank from Mbappe there with a clear side at goal, but look, I think Saad actually got closer to the screen when he actually scored that goal. Wow.
On the volley, R9 left foot. Man is celebrating, dancing, grooving. All right.
He's singing.
Lav
the
marker
lot.
down. Is Rihanna back? What are the tunes? Are there even any tunes? Is he just enjoying his FIFA 23? We're certainly enjoying watching an early 2-0 lead for Saad over Mapbro.
What a start. What a start from Saad. Saad ball in full flow here, and R9 there. Unbelievable finish. I don't know how he found the angle there, but fair play to Saad. Great goal.
Mapbro to respond. Pele times it well. Not much reaction out of the Newcastle Jets, man. Saad sort of, okay, back to grooving. Can't really do much about that. That's FIFA 23. Going to score some, going to concede some, move right along.
I think he changed the track there, or maybe paused it. He touched something on the side there.
Enjoyed hearing from Justin earlier talking about the E-League extended format, but with the face cams we get to see the play styles, of course, and really see the meta unfold in the region. Arguably just as impressive, the reactions from the competitors. Dylan suggesting earlier that Brady maybe should stay in his lane a bit more. Saad surely allowed to celebrate even this early near post strike.
He was dancing even after missing that chance. Love it from Saad. Positive play.
Positivity, certainly the definition of everything right now. He gets space and time across the face. As easy as you like, the big come on. 3 goals to 1 after 23 minutes. We were trying to hype this up maybe in terms of playoffs and standings and things like that. Don't worry about the context. If you just rocked up, this is your first game witnessing E-League Australia, we got enough to talk about right now. Celebrations, not necessarily in-game, from the gentleman behind the controllers. Mapbro trying his best sort of to hang in there even from this early stage, because once Saad ball gets going, it's a bit hard to stop.
Saad ball matched along with Rihanna. It's a tough combination to match, and he's absolutely in full form here. Full Saad ball all the way here for Saad.
Switches with Lucio to that far side. Akimi traditionally stationed on the right. Lasher, a competitor from Western Sydney. Far side, the A-League men's player, a goal scorer you might have seen on Twitter. Fantastic to see that from Sester yesterday. Is it going to be the assist? He had one of those yesterday as well. R9 is offside. Saad back to vibing.
I think I'm more watching Saad here than the game. He's distracting me that much. Oh, he's absolutely flying though here. Some great opportunities, and I think Mapbro's got a chance. Oh, what a finish, Nate. What? Oh no, offside. Offside there.
Lovely finish, but yes, unfortunately, competitor reactions, as you're saying, Mitch, something that we're fascinated by and captivated by, and telling the story. Well, the linesman had the opportunity. Might as well not have a midfield at the moment in either penalty area is where all the action is. Mapbro showing that he is able to compete at this level up against the quality of Saad. Starting with his left back to him, in fact, Ben Garuccio. Bullets a bit wider than he'd often be. Mbappe brought back some of the best foot items in the game, indeed the very best. But the best are behind the controller as well. Mapbro gets a second in the way. Brought to my attention, I will admit, by Justin, because here I am thinking, is that Schmeichel, what's going on there in goal, is in fact Duncan, the Newcastle Jets. So Mapbro, even without an in-form, which is the only time we've seen A-League men's goalkeepers use so far, deciding to go for the extra outfield player when it comes to your team of the years and the likes.
Fair play to him, and look, we touched on it earlier, you know, gives you that extra option to have a, you know, the likes of R9 or an Mbappe on the field. But look, you do open yourself up for perhaps the A-League goalkeeper not being as strong as the likes of Van der Sar. But look, Matt Burrow's personal decision, and almost found himself with a goal back there, but great save from Van der Sar.
I guess in his favour, we have said a lot that there's nothing the keeper can do on several occasions. Maybe there's been some stunning saves, but the idea being, if you block the shot and don't give your opponent the opportunity, and particularly against Saad, where maybe kind of expect that the chances are going to fly in anyway, given how brilliantly he can create and has done in the first 2 weeks, maybe you just try and accept your punishment, stop them from happening altogether with an extra defender or so. We said we wanted to move right along for this match. Goodness knows we could assess what happened between Dylan and Brady for a while. Maybe we'll get the chance to later. But there's a reason we move right along, Mitch. 4 goals, a lot of them scored quickly. Saad looking locked in and having a good time. And for Matt Burrow on the other end, a goal obviously to show with a very interesting selection at goalkeeper. Something we just haven't had happen yet. It is, of course, a bronze rated FUT item. 61 overall. Sort of 60s for across the stats. I will admit, as somebody that loves talking about them, this is not something that I saw coming.
No, and look, I think it's an interesting selection. You know, look, I think in terms of the goalkeeper, it's, for me personally, it is quite an important position because, you know, you look at the Van der Sars and how quickly he can get off the line as that sweeper keeper, and how many times that, you know, we've seen it. The keepers have saved these guys many a times in this competition. So, you know, it's an interesting one, and, you know, will he stick with Duncan going forward? You know, time will tell.
Very grateful to have Lav with us this season. Shout out to Nat T last season, getting excellent insights from these competitors, but I would love to know what they're thinking. Thankfully, this year, we actually do get that opportunity, and they have delivered, like I said earlier, as much from what they've said as what they've done on the digital pitch. Matt Burrow, so happy just to be in the E-League this season, of course, succeeding in that path to E-League journey, competitive atmosphere that served him so well to open his campaign. It's a reason why he cannot be written off, regardless of his opponent, regardless of the occasion, regardless of Saad ball. Really good challenge, Virgil flying in.
Yeah, I think Matt Burrow's done, you know, relatively well considering it's his first season, and, you know, obviously the way he did win, you know, the path to E-League to get himself his opportunity, and yeah, he's done really well, and, you know, it's been a good test for him coming up against this caliber of players and being in this E-League setting. It's obviously new to him, but I think he's held his own.
What's an opportunity for these competitors, of course, paid just for showing up for the regular season, the opportunity for even more coin during playoffs, potential last chance spot when we're talking about global series qualifiers as well. Saad, one-on-one versus the defender, has the extra pass. Pele will finish. Another one of those where we're saying it doesn't matter what keeper's in there, Mitch. That is a gilt-edged chance, and it is taken.
That was delightful. That ball scoop turn there. He's absolutely sent Matt Burrow to the shops there with that one, and lovely finish as well, and great celebration from Saad to match it. But look, Saad ball in full effect here so far, as I've said many a time in this game, and, you know, Saad with Mbappe, it's a frightening sight for me, to be honest. I mean, I would not want to be coming up against him.
All competitors allowed to choose a minimum of 2 A-League men's FUT items from the team that they're representing. Justin and I still kind of shook in that Duncan selection, and very open and honest and forthright, Mitch. Did not prepare for this equation whatsoever. When you've got Ollie Sale, Curto, of course, for Wellington, and MacArthur respectively, they've got those informs. We've seen them make big saves. At the moment, Duncan can't get a hand near it, dare I say, against his opponent. Is that sort of just what you accept? Saad will score, so I'm going to see what I can do in general play before we get to that equation.
Yeah, and to be honest, looking at the goals that Saad scored, you know, I don't even think you'd expect you know, Van der Sar to even make a save there. I mean, Saad's worked all his goals really well and kind of got into positions where, you know, you'd expect him to score there again. It's like fantastic finish from Pele, and there's not a lot that Duncan can do there.
Yeah, confirmation of that 61 rated bronze FUT item. If you'd like to use and player with these competitors having unlocked accounts, you'll set you back 200 coins. So you can achieve that yourself. Obviously, loan for items used in competitive FIFA esports and these competitors with unlocked accounts. A big thank you to EA and our admin team working around the clock, getting Cantona, by the way, in just before the deadline for competitors yesterday and today. On that pitch, it's the 4-2-2, the 4-4-2 defensive facade that he and Sesto have enjoyed. Left and right mids dropping back. You get one of those fullbacks involved going forward as well, Mitch. It's sort of hard to beat.
Yeah, definitely. And look, I think, for Mapro, it's a case of, has he made the right decision in terms of bringing Duncan into the squad, and not maybe going for maybe the safer option in terms of using an A-League fullback, which most of the players have gone for. And, the A-League guys, especially in the fullback areas, I feel have held their own and they've done really well against, the top-class players. And, you look at Saad, he's made Ben Garucho, look like Roberto Carlos in this game, and it's great to watch, and I think it's a good test for the players as well. I think it really shows how good these guys are when you see them, what they can do with these A-League players. It's fantastic to see.
Right on cue, Garuccio with the interception. Mitch Austin, your co-commentator here, and entirely on point. Back live, Mapro, free with one of those fullbacks. Hakimi R9, Lucio comes across to make the challenge, and I love that patient first pass. I hate the second. Mapro will collect as easy as you like away back into this game. Maybe Saad just losing a bit concentration, maybe vibing too much, Mitch.
Yeah, I think he just got a bit unlucky there, to be honest, Saad. But look, he needs to just sort of try and, there's a bit of a constant press here from Mapro, obviously trying to get himself back into this game. So, just got to keep hold of the ball and try not to do anything too drastic here that could, obviously leak a goal, which would get Mapro back into the game.
Maybe just to close off that A-League men's player item loop, it's talking about fullbacks and whatnot, but yesterday, Noah Jar, Mapro's teammate, playing in Group A, match winners from Piscopo and Trent Bahaja. You can use them not just to be, as you say, the Roberto Carlos left-back spot Ben Garuccio has often been for Western United competitors. Mapro, Trivella more upwards than across, but they clearly can score, do score. Goodness knows we're breaking records here in the E-League Australia for total goals, but with A-League men's foot items, Mitch, they're on the score sheet at least every other game.
Yeah, I think we've seen pretty much every week. We always get an A-League player on the score sheet, or at least even assisting as well. But I think the players, almost got a chance here for Hullet, but the players are that good that I feel like they get the ball into the right area in the attacking third, and it's easy enough for the A-League guys just to put the ball in the back of the net. After all, they are professional footballers, these A-League players, and finishing is part and parcel for them. It may be 65 shooting, but I feel at the end of the day they can still do a job, and they're proving it in the E-League by scoring many goals. Yeah,
not to mention those informs, the team of the weeks, that at the very least off the bench you're seeing by people in Foot Champs. Maybe you're doing it yourself, you're a big fan of the A-League men's competition, and much like myself, maybe Mitch Austin, certainly Redcap, it's nothing quite like scoring with an A-League men's player up against an icon, a team of the year or the rest. It just hits different. For Mapro, he's looking to hit back. 5-2. What an entertaining first leg. Almost burst into song with a Zinedine Zidane, but thankfully not required. A second leg will be required. Captivating affair, lots of talking points with player selections, the gameplay, and the gentlemen behind the controllers. These are best of two-leg affairs. They are all the way through the E-League in this extended format. Big shout out to Nivea Men for bringing us what we want. More FIFA esports, more broadcast, more action, and Mitch, more goals, plenty of entertainment. Is there a way to sum up that first half, or like Saad, are we just going with the flow?
Yeah, look, I think Saad started off really well, really strong and promising. As you can see, he was loving it. All the vibes were going. Obviously keen to see what Lab has to say to him if he wins this game in terms of his track list for this match. But, Saad ball was in full flow, and, some fantastic goals here early on, as you can see. And I think my pick of the bunch was this one. Lovely little reverse ball roll scoop turn and reverse the pass into Pele there, and a nice finish.
He wasn't done just yet, though. The goalkeeper called into action. and left wanting. There was that little blip, perhaps. Matt Bro certainly earning his first goal. The second one, look, I maybe can't say exactly what Saad is saying there, but to paraphrase, gifting that one away, a bit of lack of concentration. Mitch, you said maybe a bit unlucky at the time. Is that still how you see that?
Yeah, or maybe he was just vibing a little bit too much and don't know, maybe he didn't have a track on that he liked. But look, he played some pretty good stuff there, and you know, it's obviously FIFA, isn't it? You're gonna, you know, something's gonna go against you at some point in the game, and you know, for Saad, just I think he's just got to keep his head and, you know, keep the positive vibes going, because I think that's when he plays his best football in FIFA. And that was a pretty good first leg from him, and keen to see what both competitors can bring in the second leg.
You're hearing it from multiple competitors. If you're hearing it from Mitch Austin, he's indeed played in this competition. You said you played in the first ever game, right?
Yes, we can count that as a bit of E-League trivia. First ever game, myself and Cripsy, we were the first two competitors. So yeah, it's great to see where, you know, the E-League's gone. I don't think we all kind of knew, I guess, after that first season where the E-League was going to go, and here we are, you know, how many seasons later, still here, going strong, and it's, you know, getting bigger every year.
Yeah, fantastic, rather, to have sort of foundational moments, something that maybe we don't do often enough in this region, certainly something I don't do enough, looking back, to commentate the first game, play in the first game, and here we are doing it all again, of course, moving well along to focus on the new competitors, the best competitors, and Sardball. Got a little question, what is it? Just a term that came up with last season. Sometimes we like to describe these competitors with a bit of flair and enjoyment. Peter Seisanis, former E-League competitor, Perth Glory and Melbourne City, called the artist, called the conductor, because that's how good these guys are. Mitch, they make the game look beautiful.
Oh yeah, I think I lost count of how many nicknames Pete Seisanis had in the end, but I think a couple of the goals, the El Tornado goals that he scored with Cristiano were top tier, and some good memories there from Pete Seisanis.
For Matt Bro, certainly still in this contest, and as mentioned, your path to E-League winner, proven his worth in the Pathway competition, here to do it in the regular season here in E-League Australia 2023. Up against Saad, playing his attractive brand of FIFA 23. Very glad the competitors get a chance to express themselves on the pitch, but also with those face cams to confirmation of those two A-League men's full items is a minimum. You can always bring on more. But the bronze goalkeeper, something that it appears Matt Bro is going to try at least one more time.
Yeah, interesting that he's obviously kept his faith with Duncan, and, you know, maybe that just, I guess, confirms that, you know, maybe he wasn't happy with his defending and, I guess, the areas that Saad got into, and, you know, he kind of just accepted that they were sort of goals that he was going to concede, whether he had Van der Sar or Duncan in there. So, yeah, but interesting to see, you know, how he changes his gameplay up now for this game.
See very clearly there the defensive four, midfield four, and the two strikers. Through ball to R9, happily gives it up. Maybe Saad actually aiming for his other striker, judging on that reaction. We do look forward to our live finale. Nothing quite like the LAN experience, but we need this lengthier season. We need to understand the meta, know how these competitors are shaping up. And Saad expressing himself out there. Have a look at that reaction.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what he was trying there. I just thought early, you know, L1 square, just driven cross low and hard across the box, and I think he would have had a tap in at the back stick there, but I think he went for the driven X pass, and yeah, I think we all saw the end result there, and Saad not a very happy man there.
Maybe held it down that little bit too long, overpowered, and that's what you get. You sacrifice control for power. Unnecessary. Really good manual tackle. Virgil van Dijk, another question from yesterday, which choose to address now, maybe, because he's on the counter-attack. Saad Mbappe brings it back to the right foot. You already know the result. He gets another, and maybe, Matt Bro, now it is the time for a personnel change. And just when we maybe get the chance to talk about it then, Mitch. We can just sit here and pretend what song Saad's listening to. But the use of manual tackle, saying what on earth do you keep saying that for? We really like to emphasize how good these competitors are. Yes, the AI will make movements. We're not here to pretend that that's not a thing. You're technically controlling one player on that pitch the majority of the time. And yes, your tactics do influence the rest. but to manually make a challenge in this game, yes, even just a standing tackle, it does take skill, timing, and the best in the world are some of the people you're watching right now here in the E-League, particularly defensively, particularly with what they do manually in a standing challenge.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty close to, you know, real life football in terms of getting your you know, your timing right for your tackle. You know, I think that's one of the main things in FIFA where they have got that quite close. You know, you can accidentally press that circle button, you know, within half a second too early, and that can be the difference between, you know, giving a penalty away or giving a foul on the edge of the box that can obviously lead to a goal. And, you know, I think, as we've said, you know, defending is a bit of an art on FIFA, and the player switching, as you said, manual defending, it's really, really difficult. And, you know, I enjoy watching these guys do it, and, you know, I try and pick up as much as I can myself. And as you said, anybody watching, you know, these guys are obviously the best in Australia, and anybody wanting to improve their FIFA game, you know, these guys are the best to watch.
Matt Bro, right on cue. I tell you what, Mitch, you've got the golden voice for this game. Everything you're talking about then unfolds on there. Matt Bro it was with the challenge. Sada is, though, with the opportunity. And he's particularly delighted with that, maybe sensing the danger from Matt Bro. Brought on Ronaldinho. Saudi Goat making his way off the pitch very early on in this contest, which Mitch and I are not happy to see. The goal kick may be Duncan's worst contribution to this game so far, if he can't really be faulted for conceding the goals. Goodness me, the kick not great, but Matt Bro has a laugh, gets it back, and moves well along. So happy to be representing the Newcastle Jets. He's looking to at least bring back the goal difference, if not really get a bit more of a foothold in the clash. Bullet, excellently challenged by his namesake, indeed, the exact same foot item on the other pitch. And here we go with Saad ball. Does have a bit of a counter-attacking flair as this one opens up. Lovely vision to find Mbappe. It's a good first touch. Two players in the middle. Saad just going to do some dancing.
Yeah, and I think with Saad, obviously, he you know, he plays at quite a decent level of football himself. So, you know, it's quite interesting to sort of see, I guess, you know, those, you know, I found it myself, you know, when you play, you know, real football, it's kind of good to have that, you know, different edge in terms of when you're playing FIFA. And, you know, I like to see how Saad does things differently, and maybe sort of looks to his, you know, his real football career that he's got going on, and sort of implements that into his FIFA gameplay.
This is indeed a football simulation game. We're not here to tell you it's the exact same thing. Wouldn't want it to be. You like your football, it is tremendous. Enjoy your A-League men's football as we do here on the couch, but here right now it's all about FIFA 23. It's a lovely ball inside. Hullet on the post. It does rebound back fortuitously. Dare I say, no less than Matt Bro deserves to get one back.
Yeah, he's looked quite bright so far in this second leg, and yeah, I think Saad will be a little bit disappointed with the rebound off the post. But look, nicely worked for Matt Bro. He got the ball in the right area, and you know, sometimes just having a little bit of luck like that, where it comes off the post and your player's positioned in the right area, you know, that's a skill in itself, I think. And yeah, nice goal. Still obviously a way to go, but you know, as we said, goal difference is a major thing in this competition.
Potentially extending a bit of what the likes of Mike J, Mark 11 have been saying in those excellent interviews with Lav. If you're playing that negative, as they defined it, FIFA 23, FIFA esports, you're not actually giving yourself the chance for that rebound or fortuitous bounce off the post and whatnot. You don't get it into that final third. You can't complain at the end result if it doesn't go your way. So perhaps the other end of that equation, if it does go your way, Mitch, it's because you worked it there in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, I think at the end of the day, if you haven't qualified, you know, for the playoffs at the end, you know, there's only one person you can look at, and that's yourself, and you know how you've, I guess, conducted yourself with your gameplay. And 9 nearly in there for Saad, but well defended from Matt Bro. But yeah, look, you know, touching on my point, you know, you can only look at yourself at the end if you've not achieved what you want to achieve. And you know, I think if you have a bit of a negative sort of play style, and you know, you haven't gone for the goals when you've needed to, you know, at the end of the day, that's on yourself.
Baruccio again with the interception, and Saad still in control. At least a touching point a goal, a few shots for Matt Bro to enjoy. He's not the type of character to get too down. Indeed, if you have a look at the XG, you might be thinking that things could have gone a little bit differently. Hey, we've had Sard ball. What about Sard, Cam? I'd ask you to get inside the mindset of that man right now, Mitch, but it might be a bit of a scary place.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on inside there. He's yeah, sometimes he's on a different planet, and you know, especially when he's playing FIFA as good as this as well. It's yeah, it's off-worldly, and you know, it's been a delight to watch so far. Some of these goals that he's scored, and yeah, he's been a joy to watch.
Not given the opportunity to really get to know the man last season in that sort of group stage. It was done, it was dusted. Here this season, we are blessed to have the extended playoffs, regular season, where you really get to know these competitors, and it is interesting to see the look, loose units, weird units, I don't mind, however you want to put it. It is entertaining, it is enjoyable.
Oh.
And they're the ones that have gotten themselves into this competition, Mitch, as you're saying. They deserve the chance to express themselves, and all the more reason to play an attacking brand of FIFA. Now that you've gotten yourself here, you've got all the opportunities on broadcast. And the shot not squared, taken early. Sard throws the head back. Might not be exactly game on, but another good footing for Matt Bro.
Yeah, and he's you know, he's been positive, I think, since, you know, obviously he was quite a good number of goals down, but you know, I think that's the main thing with FIFA. You know, it's not you know, getting your head down, and I've kind of liked his reaction, Matt Bro. He's, you know, he's not really shown too much emotion. He's just kept his head down, and he's tried to just keep playing his brand of FIFA, and you know, try and get himself back in this game. And look, he's scored a few goals here, and you know, he's not too far off.
Just a lovely dude. So happy to be in the league. Took up that opportunity at the path to E-League, and without mentioning any names, a lot of criticism potentially aimed at him or other competitors in this competition, and quite simply, I'm just not having it. You're either in here competing or you're not. If you've not been in the E-League, you're not even tried to qualify, your comments kind of mean nothing. You haven't even attempted it. You don't know what these competitors are going through. You can have an opinion. I just don't know if many of us are going to pay much attention. I don't think it holds much weight. So regardless of whether these competitors might be placed on that E-League ladder, Group A or Group B, they're the ones that will get the laughs. We'll try one more time. Last laugh. If I can get this last sentence out to complete the blooming point.
Do you want me to do it, mate?
And they're getting paid as well. And they're here in E-League Australia, even just for rocking up, you might laugh at them and think that it's funny that they copped a bit of a hiding. They walk out with some coin. You did not.
Yeah, no, exactly. And as you said, I think, you know, I've always sort of had that mentality of, you know, unless I've been involved in something or whatever it is, I've kind of just never found the need to comment on anything, whether it's even, like you say, social media. If it doesn't really involve me, and you know, I've not experienced whatever it is that they're going through or involved in, you know, have a read. But you know, there's no need to be negative. You know, positive comments are the way forward, I think.
Certainly understand, like I said, the right of reply, but if you're wondering why your tweet's not up there or why we're not discussing it, you haven't really done anything to back it up. Why would we bother? We got the likes of Mark 11, Nagidi offering their comments, and Mike J earlier as well. We respect what they've done on the pitch, and use those words, all the more weight. Here's Sard and Matt Bro. It's a lovely extra pass, a simple finish. You credit Matt Bro at both ends though. Even there defensively, yes, there's gaps there at the back, but he has certainly tried to push the agenda. Not really worried about that goal difference, and certainly entertaining us all the way through.
Yeah, and he's needed the goals, and look, he's been quite bright. He's gone forward, he's tried to get himself back into the game, and you know, I think he obviously knows he's going to leave himself open at some point at the back, and you know, you'd rather see that than, you know, do a Brady and put 5 at the back and, you know, not really make much of it going forward. But yeah, it's been you know, as we said, Sard's been top class so far, and you know, I think he's might be a little bit disappointed with some of his, you know, defensive play to concede the goals he has, but I think all in all, he'll be quite pleased with how he's done so far.
Certainly seems to have, in the best possible way, that short-term memory where if you do make a mistake, acknowledge it, a bit frustrated, and then back to the head bopping or wherever it is that gets you into that flow state.
Yeah. But look, you know, he's been positive, and I think that's, you know, positive vibes. I think that's when Sard plays his best, you know, when he gets you know, wound up and works himself up. He's, you know, probably not at his best, and yeah, makes some clumsy mistakes in areas, emotional decisions, I think is probably the best word to put it. And, you know, when he's positive, I feel like his FIFA's positive, and that's when he plays his best.
Double-edged sword emotions sometimes, particularly at this level of competition. When everything's going well, positivity is flowing. It's all good and well, but at the other end of it, something goes against you or your opponent's on flames. It start to be mind games, and it's why we speak so highly. And obviously, I'm here to defend these competitors. To do this at this level, put yourself out there, qualify however you've gotten your spot, and then to play all the way through is not just respectable, but remarkable. And then to do it at this quality, A-League men's foot items involved, how could you be anything but positive?
Yeah, it's great to see the A-League players involved. And, you know, as I said before, it's just great to kind of watch the pros, you know, put these guys to the test. You know, usually you'd think you'd kind of struggle with the A-League players, but, you know, especially Saad in this game, you know, in terms of Ben Garuccio on that left flank, he's been up and down like Roberto Carlos, and he's really impressed me the way he's used him. And, you know, it's great to see that, you know, Matt Bros had the faith in Jack Duncan as his goalkeeper as well, and might be a little bit disappointed with some of his distribution, but all in all, I think he's, you know, done himself quite proud, you know, in the net. Some of the goals he's copped, I don't think Van der Sar would have saved.
First time shot into the defender. Matt Bro maybe with another opportunity not to be on that occasion. He might have even tried the rainbow flick on that earlier attempt against the keeper. The one-on-ones is something we've been discussing here during the E-League this season. The ball roll not as effective. Lovely sliding challenge with Lucio. Don't know if we really got to see the end result or even the middle stage of it, but I thought just for a moment, looked like he was going to go for the spectacular rainbow flick over the keeper. Not to be. The final few seconds, challenge made, entertainment throughout. Some of the best competitors, credit to Matt Bro, who really did fight on all the way through. The goal difference is not blown out of the water by any means, but up against Saad in this mood, and it is a mood, Mitch Austin. He is almost unstoppable.
Yeah, and as you said, you know, respect to Matt Bro. He, you know, really did himself proud, I think, in that second leg. You know, he really tried to get himself back in the game, but, you know, Saad was, you know, a touch above and different class, I think, throughout, and thoroughly deserved his win.
Very entertaining clash. Respect to these competitors. All 24 of them deserve their spot and deserve to be putting on this show. We're only halfway through the evening. Won't you join us in just a moment's time for match day, whatever we're up to. Next game, round 4. Bring it on. Welcome back to A-League Australia 2023. My ranting's done on promise. Nate Patrick here, moving on. I'm very proud of these competitors. I'm very proud of the FIFA that they're putting on display, Mitch. Credit, of course, the Newcastle Jets competitors are out there in force, happy to be there this season, but Saad on a different level on a few different ways.
Yeah, obviously, Lav wasn't happy with that result, but look, Saad was next level. He, really brought the goods, and he was a joy to watch. And unfortunately, he was just too good for Matt Bro and Newcastle Jets.
Yeah, what did you make of Saad Ball then? Is it here to stay? Were you happy with how he played? Would you rather him maybe just trade off a little bit of that flair to lock in?
No, I think that's kind of what makes Saad unique. He's got that style and skill moves, and he's pretty much got everything. And he's even got the the dancing and what have you on display on camera as well. So I think he's he's ticking all the boxes for me so far.
Yeah, when you're in this competition, I guess you can kind of do what you want. Lav said that a few weeks ago. Lav, let's have a chat with Saad and find out what exactly is going on there.
Saad, what a brilliant win and what a brilliant celebration. As always, I need to know what was on the playlist. You are my music guru at this point. What are we listening to this week?
It was a bit of a mix, a bit of Rihanna, a bit of Drake, and a bit of M. Huncho. So.
We love this. It is actually, fun fact for you, that I did some research ahead of this interview. It is the 16th anniversary of Rihanna's Umbrella today. So I am officially petitioning you to recreate the Tom Holland Umbrella music video. And I'm taking over the show at this point so we can play it on air.
You know what? I'll make it do it. If I finish top 2 in the group, I'll do it.
Absolutely. Lock it in. You do have a tough game after this. It's you against Naylor. How are you feeling? Do you think you can pull one over on him?
I play Naylor quite a lot. It's always 50-50. I guess it's just better on who's better on the night, to be honest. So it's always tight. So you never know what will happen.
Well, let's hope the Rihanna playlist helps you pull through tonight.
Let's hope so. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Saad, and thank you, Lav. I don't know how you do it. Every single time you get something out of these competitors. Now you're getting them on the record. If I finish top 2, going to recreate that infamous dance performed by Tom Holland. I don't know if I want to see that, Mitch.
To be honest, I think Saad's going to just hit back-to-back L's now after that. I think he's going to start thinking about what he's just committed to.
Naylor actually played really well.
Yeah,
yeah.
6-0 loss, 7-0 loss. Yes, we'll keep that for another chat. But
we're enjoying it, aren't we? We're enjoying the bit of the casuality. We've got that longer season. We can't sustain the intensity. You don't want it to be serious. You want these competitors to be enjoying what they're doing. A lot of them have said they've had the refresh. They're coming back stronger, and they are delivering on the pitch, as you can see.
Yeah, they are. And yeah, obviously, touching on that result, as we said, great 8-4 win for Saad. And yeah, looking at the other fixture, good win for Nugsy there with a 5-4 win over Jordi Breo. So look, I think that's a really positive win for Nugsy there. I think he was, just sort of a little bit disappointed over the last couple of weeks with his performances. So that's a positive result for him moving forward.
Certainly a close game and an excellent effort by Jordi earlier than that. Dylan 7-1, goodness me, that had some, I don't know if you want to call it drama, but intrigue. Naylor 12-1 over Jazz. We are going to welcome back Harrison. Thank you very much for joining us back, mate. You must have enjoyed your day yesterday.
We're thankful to be back again today, and there's been a lot of good matchups, and I'm excited for the games to come too.
Yeah, what about straight back at you, brother? While you're here, we've got to make the most of you, surely. The competitors themselves, you know these gentlemen, you know Saad particularly well. Can you give us any insights as to what's going on inside that man's head?
Oh, he's just feeling it up tonight. He's enjoying himself, and if all goes to plan, he'll hopefully be bringing home 6 points tonight. Fingers crossed for himself. But Naylor is a very tough competitor, and I'm sure he'll be feeling himself too, especially after a brilliant display in that game just then as well.
Yeah, if Saad maybe is one of the, I don't even know if you want to call him showy, because he's certainly not going over the top, Justin, just enjoying what he's doing. Naylor is one of those who truly knows himself, knows how good he is, and will lock in. The best news possible is that our next matchup is ready to get underway. Marco is a big day for him from Sydney FC, and JMK King is back for the Wellington Phoenix.
100%. Big win earlier for Marco, 9-1. So I'm sure he's kind of on the warpath after a bit of a mixed result start to the season, Justin. He wants to be putting himself back in the contention very firmly for making sure he's going to make it to playoffs.
Well, there is an absolutely beautiful goal. Looked like I want to get this correctly, a low-driven finesse shot.
Yeah, that was absolutely incredible. You don't actually see that often. It was similar to Goodwin's shot last night that came off the post and Borello ended up putting it in. But let's not take anything away from Marco. That was an amazing finish, and R9 doing R9 things, Justin.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. I was a bit shocked. I was going to start talking about how Marco's kind of backed me up. I was talking about how I think this is the night where he's going to prove himself. But he's gone and just absolutely started this match so well. It looks like he's absolutely just trying to come straight out of the gates and just put on a show.
Putting more pressure on, and another one for him in 9 minutes. 2 goals already, Harrison. That's already a bit of a statement out of the man.
Yeah, that's it. And that Team of the Year icon, Ronaldinho, doing the work. Those 2 cards, Ronaldo and Ronaldinho, have been very common and popular players so far, and they're showing why they're in people's teams. And that ball movement and those skills by Marco to make it 2 very on in under 10 minutes he's been practicing, that's for sure, over this break, and we could potentially see a third here very quickly. He's putting on the pressure, and I think it's time for Josh to settle for a bit, and I don't think he wants to concede a third in quick succession.
So expectations of this game as we calm down for a little bit here. I'm sure that JMK King's just going to try and settle this game down a little bit. What were your thoughts heading into this one, Justin?
Is this going to be the statement game from Marco again, or is this going to be the statement round from him? Pick up 6 points. I think that would move him on to 10 in the group, and I think, if my math is correct, would put him into the top 6 safely. But, gee, what a start. I can't get over this start. It's been absolutely immense. Reminds me of the Marco that was a champion back in FIFA 19.
Yeah, absolutely exceptional work. He's definitely throwing back the years and showing everyone what he's made of, and that experience is definitely coming to fruition right now. He's showing JMK that he's not to be messed with. I guess some people may have been looking lightly at Marco and not exactly thinking he was going to, be as good as he once was, but he's showing that he can be, and he's showing that he shouldn't be looked on lightly.
JMK going to cross it into the box, have an opportunity to score for himself. Been a hot start for Marco. And again, he's going to start applying the pressure here, making his way through the middle of the field. The pace that he's been putting on so far this game, Justin, has been something that you haven't seen from too many of the players so far.
No, we've seen some decent starts from some players, but not many have started this well. Up 2-0, looking to grab a third, and there it is. Kylian Mbappe with the fancy little skill, only on 1 chemistry point. I mean, do you need many more chemistry points, many more stats boosted on the card when you have that Team of the Mbappe foot item, Harrison?
Yeah, I mean, you can't really increase that 99 pace anymore. I don't think we can get up into the hundreds. But yeah, some exceptional stuff. We've got 3 different goal scorers to start off. Very unlikely from the E-League so far. We're used to seeing R9. He got a hat-trick earlier in one of the early games. But yeah, Marco's really feeling himself right now, and he's zoned in. You can see him on his player cam. He's focused. He wants these 6 points today, and he's on his road to get there. But Josh, at the other side, is that a foul? I thought it could have been. Virgil just pushed him out of the way and said, "I'm not letting you score today, mate."
Just been aggression all out from Marco on both offense and defense. See if he's going to create himself another opportunity to score. It's been a very quick half from him so far, already up 3-0. If he's going to keep that streak going, JMK able to wrestle possession back here, and you'd love to see him score himself at least 1, Justin, in this first half.
I couldn't agree more there. I think if he's able to just show what he can bring to the table, he's a quality player, JMK King. He's shown before that he does have the ability, just hasn't had the greatest of starts here today in this matchup.
think so far he's had a bit of a rough season in the E-League so far. I mean, we've caught a couple of his games. Maybe we're just catching the bad games on the stream or something, Harrison, but I feel like it's been a bit of a rough season for him. And with Marco in the position that he's in right now, kind of needing these wins, maybe it's just not the night to be playing someone like him.
Yeah, it might not be. I know Josh has been playing a lot of games recently. He's had his E-Nations, he's been playing his FGSs and a couple of other video games at the moment as well, which he's done fairly well in, but maybe he needs to put some more hours into making sure he can keep playing FIFA and get these results, as he does whip a ball into Ronaldinho, and I thought we were about to see a Ronaldinho goal for Josh there. There was a cheeky little skill move in there and a green time, but he has earned himself a corner. While there was an odd cross animation there. It was a bit like that Brady cross in the other game, which didn't really work out, and it does see us into halftime here. 3-0, Marco, he'd be happy with that, and you can see, even though he has less possession, he's on top. He's been clinical. 3 shots, 3 goals.
Yeah, just converting all of his opportunities. And listen, Sydney, especially if Marco starts playing this well, Sydney's got some good representation this season here. Justin?
Well, Sydney FC in the E-League have always had a reputation for being able to pick up the strongest competitors always, every single season. It's been like that since the first season of the E-League. I did say strongest competitors, not only within FIFA, but physically with Samir, one of the strongest competitors you'll probably ever see in FIFA esports. But no, they are looking to just, not only with D. Campbell, but with Marco, get up those standings. If I'm correct, I believe they were sitting in 3rd on the club standings. So 6 points tonight will do wonders for Sydney FC in those club standings.
What do you do now as JMK King, Harrison, considering how this game has started for him? How does he start to recover this one?
It is interesting to say, because usually I'd say maintain possession, make sure you make the most of it, etc. But I feel like it's those last passes. Marco is stepping and making sure he grabs and intercepts those balls in the box and making sure Josh doesn't actually have a chance. He only had 1 shot in that first half, and really Josh needs to, create some more chances. Does he need to potentially have some shots from outside the box, or maybe send in some Germans that, some competitors don't really like facing? You got to change it up. Like, if you start throwing in some long shots, that means Marco will need to start pressing on the outside of the box, and then that could leave space inside the box. So you just got to change up what you're doing, because it's certainly not working for him so far.
Another potential chance here for Marco. Taking his time with Mbappe, pass it over to Ronaldo, but doesn't quite convert there. Good defense from JMK, and doesn't really have the space to hit on the counter super hard, so he's just going to slow things down a little bit more here for a second. Mbappe running it up into the box, but a little bit of a heavy-handed pass. Doesn't quite find who he's looking for, Justin.
I think he's going to feel very hard done there. JMK King thought made the perfect pass. It's just sometimes one of those things where it just doesn't lock to your player. Player runs past it. There's nothing you can really do. You just have to kind of deal with it, move on, make sure it doesn't affect you mentally. Because, look, he might be 3 goals down, but there's still a chance that he's able to get back into this game. It only takes 1 goal to be able to get back into this matchup.
If he's able to do it. Marco back on the warpath here. Finds Ronaldinho. Mbappe just from the corner of the box. Passing it between him and Ronaldinho. It's a match made in heaven. 4-0 for Marco there, Harrison.
Yeah, and just like his teammate yesterday, Dylan was 4-0 up against Sesto, and it looks like Sydney have been putting in those practice to get those goals in early. Now, I think Marco won't want it to go how the Dylan and Sesto match went. Obviously, we saw that it only ended 5-4 to Dylan. Now, I think Marco is going to be wanting to continue putting Josh as the punching bag and get some more goals, because we know with FIFA, it's never over until that final whistle after the 2 legs, and Josh is going to be fighting for this one.
Yeah, I think with any competitor, there's always a chance to get back into a game, as you said. But Marco's showing, as I said before, qualities that we've seen in seasons past in the E-League. He's really running it back. He is playing really, really well today. Put in some great performances in the past, but he's been playing really well. And as I say that, a great chip through ball from JMK King, but just the touch of his player seems to have let him down. It just doesn't seem to be his night. Things aren't falling for him.
I wanted to see, you know, Ronaldo run straight through and perform some magic. Good attempt there. The header from Hullet doesn't quite convert it, but he's going to have another opportunity here. Resets the way that most of these players do. He just cannot manage to land it in the net there, Justin.
Yeah, seems like every opportunity is just not leading to a goal, unfortunately, for JMK King.
Both of those attempts look pretty good, Harrison.
They did, and he ended up whipping in a German cross, like I did mention that he may need to start doing. You can see him player locking here as well, and not a lot of players use that mechanic, and Josh does seem comfortable with it, so could that be potentially something he needs to do more of in the rest of the game to make sure he gets a result? As we see Marco with a through ball over the top, is he going to finish this off? Is it going to be 5? Mbappe. Oh, I thought he was going to ball roll and pass it centrally there, but he has earned himself a corner. A few steppers from Mbappe, and he's been dispossessed by Militao from JMK. And it's Marco's won the ball back there, and looks like he's going to compose and hopefully go for a 5th here. And JMK's done very well in defense again there.
For a second, Marco again with possession, just relentless on this offense. So many options of players to pass it off to. Ronaldo loses possession yet again though, Justin, so the persistence is there from JMK, but at the end of the day, he's just not putting the ball in the back of the net.
It just doesn't seem to be falling for him. Sometimes that's how it is in FIFA, and as mentioned before, sometimes when you're just coming up against someone who it seems like everything is going right for Marco, but not only just things are going right for him, he's just playing unbelievably. Like he's not putting a foot wrong. He seems like he's in the zone mentally and on the sticks. Everything is going right for him, and he's just playing brilliantly.
Ball's queued up by Marco. He's going to see if he can, again, chip the ball through. Mbappe with a bit of space and so many defenders, goes off the top of the post there. Good attempt, though. Almost basically 1v5 to all of the defenders and the goalkeeper for a second, Harrison.
Yeah, that was a massive shot. I feel like 5 could have been that goal to end it. And Josh has been able to go to the other end and score with Mbappe, who didn't do it at the other end. And 4-1. Could we start to see the comeback here from Josh, or is it too little too late? We've got a whole second leg to play still, Justin.
I mean, 3 goals, a lead, 90 minutes. You can definitely come back with a 3-goal deficit. It's been done before. We've seen it before in the A-League. We've seen it before in global series competitions around the world. Not too sure if it will happen today. Marco, despite conceding that goal, it has been all him. Been creating majority of the chances and obviously scoring majority of the goals. But, you know, I don't think he'll be too concerned at this point. He might slightly think about what happened to his teammate yesterday when he was up 4-0, but I don't think it'll be too much of a concern at this point.
Couple subs in and out there, boys, but after all said and done, 4-1 up for Marco. At least JMK, though, Harrison, able to slip one in at the end there. So, exactly like Justin said, I feel like 3 goals feels a little bit more doable for him.
Yeah, that's certainly. And I think like if you've got to throw a positive spin at the end of the game, at least he was able to get that goal and potentially carry on positively into the second leg. He could bring the momentum. It's time to reset now, take the few minutes before the next leg starts and focus on how he's going to be going to that. What do you think, Justin? If you're Josh, what are you thinking?
Jay, it's a difficult one because, as I said before, Marco just seems to be playing so well. Everything he's doing is the right thing to do. He's really pulling off every skill move. He's doing everything that in a situation you would think, yeah, that's probably the right thing. You're not really questioning majority of the things. So it's hard to say what should JMK King do. Maybe a change formation, but I think even then still that's probably not the right thing to do because you got to kind of throw the kitchen sink at it now. You are 3 goals behind, but that's still enough where maybe you don't have to change the formation yet to be able to score goals, create chances. Maybe if we're looking at half time in this second leg and it's still a 3-goal deficit, maybe that's when you throw the kitchen sink at it. Change your formation, go to a 3-4-2-1, make some subs, try and get some pace down the wings. Change up something, because if you're not changing anything up and it's still at 0-0 in this second leg, yeah, it's got to be a change then.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the start of this second leg that's going to matter here. We spoke about it yesterday on the couch. The early goal, the quick goal in this second leg is going to make a difference. 4-2 is going to make it feel a bit more like Josh can grab that. But also for Marco, same thing. If he can take it back to a 4-goal lead, he'll feel very comfortable.
He's pretty good at putting the pressure on at the start of that last leg. I think early on in the first half, he was scoring quite consistently. It felt like he was making the most. I mean, it felt like he had even more possession than he did. Like, it felt like he was just in complete control there. So we'll see. What do you think JMK can do to kind of adapt to that?
Look, JMK King, he's a great player. There's no doubting that. But with Marco playing this well, it's hard to see a way back into this game, to be completely honest. It's one of those things that it's like, as I said, he's just getting everything falling for him, but not only that, he's also doing everything right. Like, sometimes they say you create your own luck. So, for example, there was a chance where the ball, Marco took a shot, fell straight to his foot, and he had another clean opportunity to score. You create that luck sometimes. You sometimes put yourself in those positions to be able to score, even if it is a rebound of the goalkeeper or a deflection or something like that. If you're creating a lot of high-scoring opportunities, eventually something like that will happen and fall for you. But for Josh, look, it's going to be an early goal, as you mentioned, Harrison. Early goal for him will basically be the deciding factor on if he can be able to get back into this game or not.
Yeah, I think it was interesting to see him be able to hit on the counter. We're going straight into it. Ronaldinho's pretty deep up the wing there. So JMK going to win himself a corner here. Hullet crossing it in. Oh, that's where he found success before, off the head there, Harrison.
Yeah, and that could have been that early goal we were talking about. We've seemed to be either caster cursing or talking things into fruition here, and that was very close for Josh. He would have been happy if that went in, but I think Marco's gonna compose himself and make sure that he makes sure he gets that next goal here. And he'll definitely be countering on any of Josh's mistakes as well. So when Josh does have the ball, he's going to need to make the most of it. But Marco here has been really good in these tight situations, and Josh has been able to step there and win it in defense, and he's played out of here, Justin.
Yep. Good defense there from JMK King, looking to hit on the counter as we see him run down the wing with that foot icon, Ronaldinho, Team of the Year foot icon, I should say. But just not the finishing quality that he would like, really.
Yeah, it felt like he was definitely trying to force it from outside of the box there, and now that things have rebounded off the defender's legs, Marco's won himself possession back. Passing it around a little bit. Nice interception, though, from Hullet. Love to see some conversion off the back of that, but again, possession just going back and forth. No one can really get themselves a clean run of things. Ronaldo trying to do it all on his lonesome, despite the fact that he's being contested, and that's absolutely beautiful, Justin.
Yep, that was a perfect use of the step over down the wing, being able to get the pace boost and just be able to get past your defender. And that R1X little pass into the box was well done by JMK King. Spoke about that early goal. There it is. Can Marco respond now?
Oh, he definitely could. I thought that went past the goalie's hands there for a second. Looked a little bit awkward. JMK is going to get himself possession back, though, here, Harrison.
Yeah, and I was very interested with that goal. I would have expected Ronaldo and Mbappe to be in the other switch positions. It was Ronaldo running down the wing and feeding Mbappe. We used to seeing it the other way around, and it was a very well-worked goal, and he's going to be happy with that, but he's going to want another one here to bring it within one, and he's running with Ronaldinho down the wing to Mbappe, or potentially could have made another pass or ball rolled the keeper there. Unfortunate for Josh, as we see Marco takes the ball back and composes himself in the middle of the park, and he's running down the bottom side with Ronaldo now and Hullet. Hullet's everywhere today on both teams, it seems like, and Josh has held up the ball here, and no, Marco's been able to take it there. You don't want to be losing the ball this high up the field. Marco, with the experience, will put a dent in it.
Yep. Good to slow things down, though. Didn't feel like he was needing to force things too much. Mbappe now passing it off to Ronaldo, but luckily the keeper puts at least a hand on it. Now a chance to reset here from the corner. You often do see, just going to take things nice and slow. Going to be Ronaldo over to Mbappe for only a second there, as JMK is able to wrestle possession back here again, Justin.
Yeah, you don't see players really whipping it in off the cross, or I should say the corner. The only goal I can recall actually being scored, or maybe across from a corner, I believe was a bicycle kick in the early rounds this season. Majority of players looking to just pass it off, look to work it around the edge of the box, try and create a chance, and I believe that's because they want to be able to just try and draw players out of their position. They're not ready into their positions, but nearly a beautiful German cross by JMK King there as well.
Try to cross it into Hullet and get that header there, Harrison.
Yeah, he was. Maybe he's been watching a few of Paddy's tutorials, or shall I say Aussie FIFA, because he claimed he was the one that taught Paddy how to do these German crosses, but he has tried a couple of them since I mentioned it last leg here, but Josh has earned the ball back here, and he will be looking to hopefully get a goal before the end of this half, and only to be down by one could make it interesting as he switches it to the top side to Theo Hernandez.
Yeah, it feels like less of these opportunities have been converting than at the start of the game for Marco. He's definitely had a few cracks here and there, but not really able to add to the score tally. Again, Marco wrestling the ball back here. Start building up the play yet again. Got a couple of the boys running pretty deep down the field there. Theo getting it all the way up the wing, looking to try to pass it off to Ronaldinho, but couldn't quite find him for a second. Some fancy footwork. I can't believe that's gone off the post, Justin.
Yeah, I think Marco's going to feel really hard done by there. Twice now he's hit the post in these early legs. A beautiful chip through ball, but even better, rush off the line by Marco's goalkeeper, making sure JMK King doesn't have that chance created, and he looks to hit on the counter here. Caceres looking for that pass into the middle where Marco's going to look to maybe try and work his way around in that tight angle. This is where majority of his goals have come from.
Haven't really seen him cross it in at all, but that's classic from Ronaldo there, Harrison.
Yeah, and finally that right side of the goal has paid off. He's shot there the last 4 times, and that 4th time there, it finally went in. I think Marco is going to feel some relief there to be able to get that 3-goal lead back, and probably going to go 5-1 at halftime of this second leg, and we've got a big 45 minutes to come up. It's going to be those early goals in the next half to come that are going to make the difference.
Yeah, so 45 minutes, 3 goals to make up, Justin? You were saying it at the end of the first leg there. Might be time to change some things up. So any suggestions?
Yep, I think it's time to throw the kitchen sink at it. 3-4-2-1, make some subs, get some pace down the wings. You see some people, when they change into this 3-4-2-1 position, there's some very interesting changes that you see them make when they go from a 4-back. Some people, what they like to do is they'll have their 2 centre-backs and then throw their defensive midfielder into centre-back as well. Some people using Patrick Vieira, for example. Some people using Ruud Hullet, for example. And then what they do is they'll put their left back and right back at those left mid positions. But then as some people do, I believe you mentioned it before, Harrison, in one of the earlier games, what players sometimes do is they put their fullback at centre-back in that 3-back formation and then sub on a winger to replace at that left mid or right mid.
Yeah, it does look like that Josh might need a bit of pace. He was using that wing fairly well in that half, but it looks like he'll need to use it again to hopefully get those goals. It looks like that's how he's been scoring his goals. Maybe he needs to go more direct. Maybe he's going the long way round, as we say, and he needs to go a bit more direct down the field and catch Marco out. Is Marco expecting him to go down the line, as he does try and go down the middle, and Marco's too smart for that and has cut things off? Well, Marco is going to counter-attack with the Team of the Year icon, Ronaldinho, and It looks like he's just going to stay composed and hold on to the ball. Ooh. It was one of those situations we had earlier with Josh as well. The player just didn't lock onto it, and unfortunately the chance does go awry.
Yep, you mentioned it. That did happen to JMK King earlier. Looks to hit on the counter there. I think it is a bit of throwing the kitchen sink at it. 3 goals down, some 40 in-game minutes left. Pilski, can you see him getting back into this?
I'm hoping so, but Marco again is the one with possession. Again, it's the one who has an opportunity here, and he's just playing things nice and patiently. You know, he's got the goal advantage already. Theo running it as deep as possible. Finds Ronaldinho for a second, but defended, and now a chance for JMK to start to make up this goal differential. The clock is ticking down, and he's still got 3 to find, so he's starting to just chip it all the way down the field to Ronaldinho. Make up some pace, make up some space in this game. He really just hasn't had a good run of things, and unfortunately, a little bit too fancy passing it around means that Bellingham has found some possession. But the same could be said for Marco there. A little bit, both of these players, a little bit optimistic, trying to pass it nice and deep, trying to find some space. On the counter now is Ronaldo. Got a couple of other players to pass it off to, but some pretty aggressive defending there.
Yeah, and Marco's earned himself a corner here, and as they all do, they go short. We haven't seen many crosses into the box as of late, and he's playing around with it nicely. He's not forcing anything. He's making sure that the option is 100% there before he does, and maybe that was a bit of a lazy pass, and I think we need to see JMK get a goal off this potential counter-attack, and you can see that Josh is using a lot of those L1 trigger runs and passes. You can see that a lot of the time, a lot of the players are sprinting up the field, preparing for it. As we see a player lock in, some composure in the box. Oh, just a little touch from a Sydney FC defender there, and Marco's been able to win the ball back there, Justin.
No, that was great use of the player lock. You see a lot of players, competitive FIFA, use it really well. Thought he was going to score there. Thought he did everything right. Just unfortunate, as we see. Foot icon, Team of the Year Ronaldinho, just working his way into the box. Marco gets the red time finish off. I think that's got to be game sealed. Marco probably definitely looking at 6 points now for tonight. And really a statement night from him, putting himself into the top 6, I believe.
Yeah, 20 minutes left to make up 4 goals, and Marco's staring down the barrel of finding another one. Bullet can't quite convert it, so now a chance for JMK to try and hit on the counter here, but nothing has been going his way. Fortunately, you know, you can see the desperation in his play, trying to make up this goal deficit, and Marco is punishing. Mbappe now with space, got the goalie to contest with. What was that, Harrison? Explain, mate.
I honestly didn't think that was going to go in. I think Josh positioned his keeper fairly well. He brought him out to try and bait that chip, and I mean, it's a Team of the Year Mbappe. He can do anything. He can put it in. It was a late time finish as well, and I think with Marco's pause here, I think he's going to shut up shop. He's not going to want to be conceding any goals off any counter-attacks from Josh, and I think he'd be happy with a 5-goal difference and the 6 points today too.
I think even if he does or doesn't change his formation, I'd be very surprised if he loses it from here. I think that would be one of the greatest comebacks we'll ever see in FIFA competitive esports history. But no, I think you're right in saying that he's probably just going to look to shut up shop here, try and just secure that goal difference, look to just, I guess, make sure his goal difference is higher than those around him in that middle area of the table, look to try and confirm a place in the top 6.
JMK probably just going through the motions at this point. A lot of substitutions in for the man, but don't know how much good it's going to do him. Marco again, running it pretty deep up the wing there. JMK going to chip it downfield. Starting to build up the play here, see if he can grab himself a third game here, but it's a bit of a foregone conclusion at this point, and Marco is just ever so strong on the defense there, Harrison.
Yeah, he's looking very strong today, and you can see that he's definitely proved why he deserved to pick up these 6 points today and put in these goals and make sure the goal difference, not only for himself, but also for the club. We were looking at those club standings yesterday, and this could put Sydney in a really good position in those standings as we see Marco going forward again here. Could he put another one in? Jeez, that was a big tackle. I wasn't sure which way that was going to go. And Mbappe through. Oh, cheeky, just as you like it, underneath the keeper. And that is, I hate to say it, but I'd hate to be JMK King right now.
I didn't think you were going to actually say it, but you did. We could see some people backstage just reacting to that. But no, you're right. It is 8-2. Marco with a dominant performance at the end. Looks very relaxed, as he usually is. Checks his phone. Goes again. 4-1 up in this leg. But 8-2 in total. Once again, a dominant performance from Marco. And I keep saying it, a statement really for tonight. Put himself in that top 6.
This looks a little bit too easy for him. Every single opportunity he's able to convert. Even a couple that he wasn't. Like, I feel like 3 or 4 goals for Marco. He had a couple off the post as well. This could easily be double-digit goals for him. Been playing unreal tonight. Stepping up, and look, that's going to be scary for some of the other competitors here in Group B if Marco starts to ramp up his performance as we get closer towards the playoffs, Harrison.
It is, and we've been talking about this group as well, that there is a few players that could get into this top 6, and Marco has, I think, maybe with the performances tonight, solidified himself in that 6, and I don't think people are going to be questioning if he's not going to make the playoffs. I think this could be the night that has shown that and shown his experience well and truly as we finish off the game here. He could get another one and make it 9, or is he just going to run out the clock? And that was a bit optimistic by Josh to pull out the keeper there, but he's managed to not concede another one here with Ginola on the ball, and that might be all she wrote. And that's 8-2 to Marco, and a beautiful performance, Justin.
Yep. At the end of the day, clinical, to be honest. We mentioned before, there were a couple chances that he did miss that hit the post, probably didn't go his way. But I think for both competitors, there could have been more goals. Could have been looking at something maybe closer to a 15-goal game. I think it's fair to say. Really, a lot of goals scored.
Yeah, dominant performance from Marco tonight. Couple more games to be played here in Group B, though, so we're going to take a short break and we'll be back soon with more FIFA action.
23. My name is Nate Patrick. Fantastic to have you join us this evening, and we have been rewarded some terrific FIFA 23 action. Mitch, one of the GOATs. Is he the GOAT? We're having this discussion on these lounges here going into it. Marco for Sydney FC, the only competitor that has been there every single season at the same club. He's an absolute legend, and he's still got it.
Yeah, he's a mainstay in the E-League. Look, it's great to see. You know, I did say before at the start of the night, you know, it's a big one for him in terms of, you know, obviously progressing up the ladder and making the finals. But look, convincing performance, and it's great to see that he has still got it on the sticks.
As we talked about earlier, JMK King, no mug by any means. He was ready, he was up for it. But against Marco in that vintage form, what can you do? Side, a very entertaining win in more than one way earlier. Nugsy, a close one. Brady with the content, as you might have just tweeted about, but Dylan with the results. Big night, Justin. We're enjoying it, but what's a game coming up? Sard versus Naylor, 1v2. We couldn't be much more excited.
Yeah, I was saying earlier to you backstage, I'm going to be sitting right on this couch, watching along, enjoying myself. I can't not wait for that game. I'm so excited.
Yeah, Pilsky, I'd like to say that the best views probably in the Twitch chat, to be fair, but this isn't too bad either.
Yeah, I'm keen for it. I feel like it's kind of like they're almost two like ends of the spectrum. Side's kind of like the flashy player that's showing off with all his skill moves and things like that, and Naylor's kind of like the quiet achiever that I forgot hadn't even lost the bloody game yet.
Yeah, we've got to talk about that undefeated, but what we've got to talk to is Marco, the Sydney FC legend. He's going to have a chat with Life. Soon. Legends get their time. All right, not a problem. No, not a problem at all. Again, genuinely, we've been waiting to hear from Marco for so long. He's been there and done that. Mitch Austin, he can do whatever he wants as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, he can, and you know, I'm thinking back to the FIFA 17 days when you know, went over to Marco's a couple of times and we had our good old foot champs days, and yeah, he taught me a few things, and look, the career he's had has been absolutely fantastic, and I don't think people appreciate, you know, to kind of stay at the level he's stayed at for as long as he has. You know, mentally, it's quite a tough ask, and you know, it shows the quality he has and how much of a good player he has been for the region.
Yeah, we respect all the competitors in this competition, but it's fair to say Marco has earned it, maybe more than the rest. Maybe now he's also ready for a chat with Lav.
Marco, how are you feeling? We have had a bit of a disrupted start to the Group B season. How do you think missing last week is going to impact your season? Are you grateful for the break? Has it been disruptive? How are you feeling?
To be honest, a little bit grateful for the break. I haven't been able to play too much, so yeah, getting back to the groove of things now. I think I've been playing pretty well the last couple of weeks, thanks to some of the boys overseas helping me out, and you know, team here has been crazy. So yeah, just trying to slowly work back into form.
If the season ended right now, you are in the top 6, but obviously the season is not over. There is so much football left to come. Are you confident that you're going to remain in that top 6, or is it a bit dicey heading into these next few rounds?
No, for sure, I'm confident. I've been confident for the last 5 years, but sometimes things don't always go to plan. But no, I'm definitely confident to get there and try and get to the bracket play. And when we get there, anything can happen. And that's been always the motto, and we'll stick with that and try and do it again.
Speaking of 5 years, you've obviously been with Sydney FC for a long time now. Are you happy to be back at the club? Are they supporting you? How is it going this season?
No, of course, Sydney have been unbelievable with regards to E-League support and just everything from day one. I don't think a lot of people realise how much they've helped me in general, and like every time E-League comes around the team, their support's been crazy. So to have their backing every year is crazy, and we'll see if we go back one more time next year.
Well, we love to hear it. Thanks so much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lav, and thank you, Marco. Just brings a big smile to my face. Mitch, fantastic to hear from him. He's still got that fire and passion. He's clearly got Sydney FC's support as well. He might be running it back, as he says. That premiership, at the very least, could be on.
Yeah, and look, he's obviously been a Sydney fan, I think, for quite a while as well, and to obviously represent the club that you support, I think, is a pretty big thing. So. Look, as we said before, he's he's been in the E-League since day one, and it's great to see. There's not many of these guys left, so I think we've got to try and protect him as much as we can and get him to keep on playing. Because, as I said, I think once they do stop playing and retire, it's like you know, only then it kind of sinks in what they've done for FIFA in this region and the E-League itself.
Yeah, we'll always be grateful here on the couch, so thank you very much, Marco, for what you've done. But don't worry, we're not just talking about the past. The future is bright for him, for Sydney FC, of course, with the champ now, Dylan Campbell, alongside him as a teammate. Good to hear about that international support as well. Shout out Dan, Zach, Denman, the whole team getting behind their man. As we move on now to match 5. Goodness gracious me, how exciting. 1v2. The undefeated competitor, Pilski rightly pointing out that we should mention 5 wins across 2 legs. Up against Saad from Western United. Mitch, you've got the Victorian rivalry. You've got 2 top competitors. Justin is settled into this couch, ready to watch. Let's go.
Yeah, look at those 2 Melbourne City informs. You know, it just looks like a regular FUT Champs team that when you see it. But look, can't wait for this one. This is my match of the round so far, and yeah, really excited to see what both these 2 competitors can bring to the table.
If you can't have fun with FIFA 23, FIFA Esports, I'm not quite sure what you're doing here. But that said, things do step up just that little bit in seriousness when you've got a matchup like this. Even a pause is going to bring the little jig out of Saad, keep those vibes going. Naylor, as we saw now 2 weeks ago, I guess, alongside Mike J actually as well, both Melbourne City competitors, not having just every little thing worked out from the get-go.
Yeah, not too sure what he's not got set up. Oh yeah, maybe not happy with a couple of things or something that he's seen from the start there. But you know, it's seems to be a habit now with the Melbourne City boys.
Marco earlier talking about the week break that Group B didn't see coming. Neither did any of us, and yet being able to use that time is a bit of a refresher, maybe a bit of a brushing up on the current meta and meta foot items. Back here now with Saad. Pele, he loves that foot item off the far post. Naylor survives the opening attack.
Yeah, that was unbelievable FIFA there from Saad. Quick, agile turning there with Pele and a lovely reverse elastico just to create the space, and desperately unlucky there with the shot, but Naylor's in here with Ronaldo, and great finish there. Now, something we've not really seen is that ball roll around the keeper, and Naylor really made that easy there.
We talked about how it is less effective in FIFA 23 as the game has progressed. You're seeing it more and more. Is it still the most reliable option? Naylor certainly makes it look oh so easy. Lovely composure to get the opener. Is the first of, quite frankly, what we expect to be many goals from him. And Saad as well, attempting to respond, player offside in the build-up.
Yeah, and that's just how quickly the game can change. Saad's nearly gone 1 goal up, and then within a couple of seconds, Naylor's up the other end and he's taking the lead. So, you know, that's the beauty of FIFA Esports. It's end-to-end action, and you know, you really can't predict what's going to happen.
Yeah, I will say particularly with FIFA 23 as well, as we talk about Marco being there through the years and his reactions to different iterations of the game and different patches and updates. Hopefully this is one that he can show his best and we can all enjoy together, as we have done so far. Saad looking for the pass across, it's not on, shoots, and it's straight at Van der Sar.
Yeah, great save from Van der Sar there, and you know, maybe think he might have just been waiting for a possible little bit of a keeper movement there from Naylor with just the mind games, but Naylor stood strong, and yeah, it's a good save there from Van der Sar at the near post.
If you are just joining, yes, this is 1v2 in Group B. A little joke earlier about the match days and the rounds of the weeks we're up to because of that week break, but even if we're not quite halfway with this group just before, we know how big this is and how big it could be. On the other end, player offside there, surely. Thank you, Lions person, putting up the flag there just at the end. But Saad, technically undefeated too, I believe, with a draw, not actually a loss, so we're going to be technical. That's the way it looks, but Naylor certainly outright top of the group, 15 points compared to Saad's 13. Goal difference of plus 22 compared to plus 20. Even just the result, obviously here, Mitch, but goal difference is going to be a big factor. Nagidi lurking in third, looking for a top 2 spot.
Yeah, it's all really close and such a tight group at the moment. But Look, just a couple of things on Naylor's gameplay there. I mean, you can see the back four. He's really using that offside trap where the back four really press up quickly, and it's making it difficult for those through balls in behind for Saad. It's great sort of defending play style there from Naylor.
Saad is through with Pele. Van der Sar throws out the paw, and on the follow-up, Mbappe will get in. Naylor not happy. Saad, we don't really get much of a reaction, but guess alluding to what we talked about last time we were sitting here, Mitch. If you're not in there creating those chances, you're not going to get the opportunity for said rebound.
Yeah, and he worked it really well, and just as I'm giving Naylor some credit for his defending, he goes and concedes just to really put me back in my place. But well-worked goal there from Saad, and he got a bit fortunate there with the rebound, but you've got to take those chances, and he's had the players in the right areas to score the goal. So look, game on, 1-1.
Maybe a little bit of a difference. We're conceding in those previous iterations of the FIFA franchise. It's a disaster. What have I done wrong here in FIFA 23? Short-term memory. There's going to be plenty of more goals. Just focus on your next attack, and there's some things that potentially you can't control or you're no longer in control of. Saad with Mbappe. There's a player down this near side. Tries to get past both Hullet and the centre-back. Naylor in the way.
Yeah, great defending there from Naylor. Really well done, and I like to see in terms of Naylor's attacking play is really quite direct, and likes to, as we said, use those sort of wide areas and kind of them quick passes across the box that we found are really hard to defend, and I think that's where you can get quite a fair bit of joy against Saad here.
At the moment, it's nice and chill centrally, and then you see Mbappe with the burst of pace. Won't be caught up there. Saad back inside. Ronaldo, first time shot. Van der Sar on the move. Still keeps it out. Saad with a bit of dramatics, but then straight back into his work. Bullets. Ronaldo maybe into Lucio. Centre-back would do well to get back in position for Saad. He goes again. It's been this far side he's been favouring.
Yeah, he loves Mbappe. He's just makes him just seems so quick and agile, and the skill moves just seem to be like 10 times faster. Can make the animation go so much quicker compared to everybody else somehow. And look, he's frightening with him. I would not want to be coming up against Saad when he's got that team of the year Mbappe.
Wanted to take him short and straight into Naylor's defender, to be quite honest. We look forward to Naylor's set pieces as this game progresses, taking the big finesse shot from distance. Last time he was on broadcast, caught us all back, and other competitors not able to replicate it, even when that keeper is called off the line or brought out just that little bit further. Saad again. We called it, Mitch. Wants to find Mbappe. At the moment, it's Hullet. Opposing Hullet in the way. Naylor resolute. Is impressive to see the lack of player switching sometimes just as much as the accurate doing so of, because Naylor is that confident of when to switch. A little tense, a little nervy, maybe exactly what we expected. A goal apiece. The XG, we're not going to worry about so much. Saad dominating possession, but Naylor not necessarily troubled too much.
No, and I think, the stats probably tell a good story there in terms of, Naylor having one shot on one goal, and, Saad had quite a good number of chances there where he really worked the ball well in those wide areas with Mbappe, and playing those direct passes from wide areas into the box, and Pele sort of coming in, making those late runs into the box and getting those shots on target. And Van der Sar's pulled a few good saves out for Naylor, but look, Naylor's a quality player, and I think Saad needs to try and take his chances here.
Credit as well to Naylor getting bodies in the way and knowing when an AI player is going to block the shot, so he doesn't need to switch. What can he do in an attacking sense there in this second half? Hullet can only find Virgil van Dijk. Saad again. To be fair, with that possession-heavy statistic, it does benefit Saad. A lot of it has been in the back third, middle third, Mitch, because Naylor, with that midfield four, it's a bit hard to pass through. You kind of need to go wide.
Yeah, exactly, and it's obviously how how Saad sort of set his team up, and he's kind of forcing him into those wider areas because it's quite congested through the middle. But look, for Saad, he's really dangerous, as I've said, with Mbappe in his wider areas. And there we go, he goes and runs it out of play as I'm giving him a bit of a pump up there as usual. But look, I think Naylor's just sort of struggled to kind of contain Mbappe, which is understandable. So not sure whether he maybe needs to sort of double up on Mbappe in those wider areas, but obviously there's a bit of a counter effect there, which is going to open up a bit more space in the middle.
And he is through, looking for that final pass across, finds it, delivers with the finish. But what's happened? Offside, foul? Surely can't be offside. What we're saying was the shot kicked into an offside player. I need it back, but either way, Saad not happy. Naylor moving right along.
Justin was saying it was offside confirmation, which really interesting.
Only, again, just guess. He's kicked it straight in to the other player, the AI player who was somewhere near the line. For Naylor at the other end, almost through. Van der Sar claims, what about this foot item? Ben Garuccio, you called him Roberto Carlos or something similar before. If that seems like a bit of hyperbole for Mitch Austin, he has basically done no wrong. Big challenges, as sometimes Naylor favouring this near side, right-hand side for Naylor. Garuccio so far, 100% success rate with his tackle.
100%, and maybe we can see Garuccio bombing on forward and maybe recreating his scorpion kick goal that he's famously scored in the A-League and bring it to the E-League. We'd love to see that in the E-League.
Western United themselves sort of commenting that they're in forms compared to last season and hoping for a good result in the A-League men's to then provide their E-League counterparts with that inform that they can use in this competition. And there have been a few for other teams, of course. We've mentioned the goalkeepers: Wellington, MacArthur, Curto, Sale. What about Goodwin, McLaren, Cummings? Plenty of A-League men's clubs this season rewarded for their efforts on the football pitch here in the E-League Australia 2023.
Yeah, that's kind of, the team of the week's, really interesting for me. I'm always sort of looking out for the hope we get an A-League player in there, which, obviously we can bring to the E-League and, as an extra option for these guys to use these informs. And, it's really made it, interesting and, kind of brings that value of, bringing the A-League to life and, showing a lot of interest in watching these A-League teams play, because, if these guys get team of the weeks, it's, really benefits the players in the E-League.
You missed not to mention Van der Ven as well, but playing at a fullback just doesn't seem to get involved, or you don't necessarily see the attacking capabilities of that foot item necessarily. Saad goes down this side. Hullet has been out at left mid more than one occasion for him throughout this tournament. Naylor lunges with his Hullet, eventually forcing the turnover. That pause has been there for a while, with the end-to-end play continuing. Player lock used by Naylor. Might just make a wide run so that if he gets tackled, at least he gets the substitution. Player well offside, even if that pass came off, and so we'll go back the other way. Pele for Saad. Overhits that as well. Mbappe bullied off the ball, but at least we'll have the foul. And Naylor, at least, can make his changes. Have a look at those foot items. Not really seen too much of Jamie McLaren, for example, despite how good that foot item is.
Yeah, he's sort of struggled to have any real impact in the game so far. But look, I think he has got a decent pace stats on him, and I think he's quite a handy addition, with his pace in behind. And maybe there's probably 10 in-game minutes left, so plenty of time for him, hopefully, to have a bit of an impact on this game.
Right on cue, Naylor passing to him more than we've seen probably this entire contest. Does get through in the end. Again, perhaps a bit fortuitously, but if it happened at the other end, you create your own luck, your own chances. Naylor creating himself a 2-1 lead here in this first leg. Just hold off on that for a moment, because he might be through again from kickoff. We've seen the opponent blaze their way through, but Naylor has won it straight back. Just like that contest against V. Nugzi. There were so many quick goals from kickoff there. When Naylor's involved, you've got to be ready.
Yeah, and as you said, I think he was a little bit fortunate there on that goal, but as you said, you make your own luck in this game, and you know it's probably almost in there, Saad.
What a wonderful sliding challenge.
Tackle.
Naylor brings over the left back, Capdevila, and times it to perfection. If we talked about the incredible timing of the manual standing tackle, what about on the slide? Perfection from the Melbourne City man.
Yeah, textbook slide tackle there, and look, goal saving challenge there as well. So, yeah, brilliant defending.
On the pause menu, tactics menu, if you see the overall rating maybe not matching up, the team of the week, don't worry about that. Can confirm that they are the team of the week, the informed for items. Naylor has McLaren on. Maybe just waiting for the final attack, and could you blame him? There we are into the final minute. It's straight into Yaya, and then fighting for it back. The giveaway and straight back, and that is a huge moment in this clash at the end of the first leg. Naylor keeps his cool, gives himself the 3-1 lead. It really changes the story, the narrative, and indeed the body language of Saad. He almost looks like he's lost this contest altogether. Of course, it is just the end of the first leg.
Yeah, he's not really doing too much dancing in this one at the moment, but look, he's got to be disappointed conceding that goal there. You know, you've got to just shut up shop. You know, it's got a second leg. You know, it's 90th minute. Just hold out and take the 2-1 loss. Go into the second leg, you know, with near enough a blank slate. You know, and especially with someone with Saad's ability, you know he's going to get goals. But look, disappointing for Saad there. But look, fair play, Naylor. He really took advantage of that.
It was Naylor who took the opening advantage. A lovely, simple ball roll that, goodness knows, we haven't seen many, not just here in the E-League, but the E-Prem, other global FIFA esports going on. Seems to not be favoured by many of these competitors. So when they do it, maybe it looks simple. Trust it's not. And if you're in any doubt, maybe you said, oh, I was doing it plenty last year. Hey, Mitch, give it a go in FIFA 23 and try your own luck.
Yeah, it's good to see that you know, it is still an option that can be used, and you know, I think the main thing is it's probably the angle of approach. I think maybe has changed in terms of when you can obviously pull that skill move off, and you know, I think in those sort of wider areas in terms of where Naylor did produce the ball roll, you know, you can still probably do it in those areas, but I think, you know, running straight on, goalkeepers now seem to you know, be favourite to kind of win those ones. So look, it's just about adapting to the gameplay and knowing what works and what doesn't work.
Even more than that, I think though the composure to do it as well. It's all about talking about mechanics that maybe we'd like brought back. A lot of people talking about the low driven shot, even driven passing being a thing that they loved in past FIFAs. You've got to play the game that's put in front of you, and then there's also that mental aspect behind it, where it's not like there's been a consistent way of doing so, getting past the goalkeeper, that is. But we're seeing people just hit shoot normally, just get flustered when that goalkeeper's running at them.
Yeah, and you know, it probably comes down to a little bit of experience, you know, in these sort of tournaments. Like you said, when you're on broadcast and decision making, it is everything. And you know, I think that kind of is what separates the best. And obviously, Naylor there showed absolutely, you know, no nerves, didn't get flustered at all. Stuck to his guns, and you know, he obviously knows the angles perfectly in terms of where his you know, ball rolls and things are going to work, and believes in himself, and he got rewarded with a lovely goal.
Maybe the footballing equivalent, if you are joining us maybe from a football background rather than FIFA esports. We're more than happy for you to have those debates. What should X player do in Y scenario? Here we're of course talking about the competitors and the in-game mechanics. The experience that Mitch talks about, knows about, can be a big difference. Keeping your head in pressure situations, and while a lot of the night has been quite jovial, quite enjoyable, Saad himself, I think, reflective of how the mood might be changing, getting that little bit more serious. As we ourselves lock in here in leg 2, Naylor up 3-1. Big momentum shift at the end of leg 1. Saad not wanting to get that ball out of play, maybe just hoping to go on the break. And in the end, turning it over, Naylor capitalizing, and maybe that just gives Naylor that peace of mind, that confidence not to overextend here in leg 2.
Yeah, I think just touching on Saad as well, you know, he does score a lot of goals, but I think also matching that, he does concede his fair share as well. So you can always guarantee plenty of goals with Saad, but I think just his defending at times, sometimes, obviously conceding such a high rate of goals can, I think there is a few questions there, especially when it's a two-leg affair like this, and with the goal difference obviously playing a major, has a major impact this year as well. It's going to be interesting to see how he sort of deals and copes with that.
A bit of game management if this continues. Naylor with an excellent sliding challenge again with Virgil van Dijk that started this play. Saad in response, more conventionally standing up the attacker. That goal difference that you talk about, you're spot on, Mitch, how close that could be. It really could decide top two from the rest. Who gets that week's break that these competitors have said is so important. Speaking of the important, the goal there, Mitch won't like that it's R8 on that occasion, but Ronaldo, the icon for Saad, brings that deficit back to just 1.
Yep, might have to get Lav to have a word with him if we obviously get him on the interview again. It's can't be saying R8, can we, mate? We cannot. But great goal there from Saad, and he worked it really well down that angle, and as we said, R8, he's not going to miss from there.
Yeah, I don't like it one bit. Put it in the rules, Mr. Commissioner, please. We're getting that picky at this stage of the competition, evidently. 3-2 on aggregate here in this second leg. Saad as emotive as ever. Naylor never gives too much away. Fantastic interview with him. I enjoyed it anyways. He's talking about the oldies of the competition and lumps himself in and talks about Marcus for some reason. It was fantastic, but a bit of quirkiness, bit of offbeat. There is no doubting that you can't get a read from him in the interviews. He is one of the best in this region, and maybe one of those that has been second maybe too many times for his liking. He is so good, so consistently good, and yet maybe doesn't often enough end with his name on that trophy.
Yeah, totally agree. And sometimes just got to...
Off the keeper, by the way, and then the post. But Naylor again will receive it. Looking for the 1-2, or does he? And Cuckoo just leaves it behind. I don't know if that was an attempted skill cancel, but either way, the ball left there and immediately up the other end, as is the way in E-League Australia. Keepers brought out early, and there you go. There is the difference. Maybe in big game, big tournaments, big moments. Naylor having been there and done that on many occasions. Saad still at the beginning really of his FIFA esports career, by and large, at least at this level. Those are the moments that can decide a series, maybe even decide a playoff spot.
I completely agree. And, I think it's good from Naylor. He's brought him out. He's purposely made Saad make a decision there. And look, Saad's probably, as we said, probably made the wrong decision there in terms of trying the ball roll, and could he have maybe, chipped him or tried to finesse it around the keeper, or even look for, a cutback on the edge of the box. But, was he really expecting the keeper to come out there? I mean, to be honest, I wasn't.
And you're spot on, Mitch. That's the difference. That's the big call that Naylor makes, having been there and done that and said, well, you've never really tried this situation. You haven't rehearsed it. You wouldn't have done it in game very often. So now that we're here in this 1v2 clash in Group B, what do you make of that? And Saad executing the same skill move, but in a very different context, and that's what makes all the difference.
Yeah, spot on.
Can Naylor make it count at the other end if he's been brilliant defensively, and as much as the goalkeepers do a lot of the work, that really was all Naylor. At the other end, there can be no doubt it is sublime. The one-on-one isolation. Maybe it is that pro club's background that gives him the advantage in these situations. Naylor restoring his 2-goal lead.
Yeah, great finish. And reverse elastico again. It's sort of been a signature move for Naylor, that reverse elastico. Got to be one of his favourite skill moves in and around the box, but it's just so effective. And when you can master it like that, you can get the right angles. It's so hard to defend, and even a top quality player such as Saad, who's probably one of the top players in terms of skill moves, even he can't defend that. So great goal from Naylor there, and it's going to be a bit of a uphill battle now for Saad to try and show us what he's made of to get back into this game.
Very brave passing from Naylor in the build-up, and again here as well. Last touch from Mbappe, not what he would have desired. But no one can seem to get past Ben Garuccio at left back, tidying up again.
Yeah, solid. Really solid from Garuccio. I've been impressed. He's been one of my sort of standout A-League players. Great save there from Van der Sar coming to the rescue for Saad, and could have been game over there, but keeper to the rescue.
And again, and there it is, that corner routine that we talked about. We might have it again immediately if Saad's not alert to the danger, or if the player, once again, inexplicably seems to leave it. Regardless, big from Naylor and big for Saad. To be quite honest, bailed out by his keeper. It was almost a carbon copy of the goal before. This time the keeper makes the save. Keeps Saad in this contest. But as we sort of divide it into quarters almost, really, of course, the two halves over two legs. This first half of the second leg, or the third quarter, however you want to divide it, Naylor really showed what he was made of with big moments at both ends.
Yep, and he was very clinical, and that's kind of my sort of prediction before this game was, I think these two players, they're probably pretty similar in terms of quality, and I think it was always going to come down to sort of the fine margins on who was going to be the most clinical in front of goal, and at the moment that's been Naylor so far, and Saad's really got to try and step things up here to get himself back into this game.
A little sloppy from both competitors, in all honesty, and have another misplaced pass, trying to force it. The formations defensively matching up against one another. Now Mbappe with space and time. Can Naylor find one of these players on the inside? Does he even need them? Probably yes in hindsight. Goes the shot anyway, well blocked. Saad, I was going to say, will not retain this ball. You can just see the amount of City blue jerseys around, the lack of passing options. All you can do there is go back, and he doesn't want to go back, and so he turns it over again. Naylor has yet another player leave the ball, which of course you can manually choose to do. Don't want to go out there and say he wants to do it in that scenario when there's no player in behind him.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether he, Naylor's turned on, press after possession loss, but he just seems to be all over Saad like a rash. Same again. He's really pressing high and he's playing really positively to try and extend his lead, and Saad's just really struggling to sort of, get anywhere and get out of his own half at this rate. So might have a chance here, but really well defended by Naylor again.
What about that for a first-time ball? He's going to be offside, but I like the ingenuity and the ambition from Naylor in real time. Hard for any of us to know, but how simple does Naylor make it look, and how effective has that been? Not just for Naylor, not just in this contest. For Saad at the other end, sorry, because there's green and black jerseys lining up there in the middle, Mitch. If Saad can make this extra pass, it is on. In the end, opportunity goes to waste. Apologies, Mitch, it's all you.
No, look, I was just going to say in terms of, I've watched Naylor a fair bit in the FGS, this season, and, he really does that kind of first-time ball over the top really well, and it's, obviously you do have that risk of being caught offside, but I think, if you can master it and get the timing right, it's, pretty much undefendable, really, and, it's, I guess it almost forces the opposition to kind of try and drop even deeper, which, I think is something that Saad's maybe had to do here to try and counteract that.
I think that Naylor doesn't do it as a plan A as well. But that shot is going to go in. A little bit tricky with that camera angle change, but Ronaldo has scored, whatever that number of the jersey is on the back. We don't mind. What we do know is that it is game on here. Saad bringing it back. Naylor with a marginal offside call, but from the kickoff, as we said, be ready for the response.
Yep, and we can guarantee goals from Saad, as I said. That's never been Saad's problem. That's been Saad's problem. It's leaking goals. I think that's just got to be one of the areas where he really needs to improve on his his defending, and it's criminal. You just get yourself back into the game, and then Naylor goes up the other end and scores, and that's the mental side of FIFA that you really have to try and deal with.
If we are talking about the top 5 or 6 brought up by a few competitors where they feel like there's maybe a tier split, maybe we divide that even further, and maybe that is the separating factor, the ability when scored upon to immediately respond. It's happened with Mark 11, Nagidi, Dylan. The best step up a gear when required. Maybe they don't even realize, maybe they don't even know they have it, but it happens so often. And it leaves Saad with a not insurmountable effort left here. Still very climbable, but against Naylor, has not leaked many goals. Again, the goal difference between the two so close already. Every goal doing double for these competitors. Pull it offside in the build-up, indeed.
Frustrating there, because I really thought there was an opportunity to get a shot off there with Pele, and he just played an extra pass when it probably wasn't needed.
Naylor through with Mbappe, centre back forced to be brought across. And then Hullet coming in to make the challenge once again. Competitors with their goal kicks, happy just to get it off and racing. Naylor with a 2-goal lead did the same at the other end. The double man press brought out but beaten, maybe not necessarily on purpose. Saad needs this next one. Naylor goes sliding in. A rare mistime challenge, but if you have a look at those jerseys in the middle, the fullbacks are back. Mbappe is through, but cannot get past Lucio. If Saad, who is chasing this game, Mitch, wants to get back into it, it's hard to think he's going to do so with just the front four, 2 centre mids and left and right back, staying back.
Yeah, look, he needs to, there's 10 minutes to go here, and obviously, he's chasing 2 goals just to sort of get back into this game. So, really needs to try and throw some players forward here and, just try and snag a goal early here, which, is making good progress. Oh, great defending. I was offside. But
still the read. No, I don't think Naylor knew that. I think you're spot on, Mitch, where most competitors would try and block that shot. He just went straight across to block the passing lane.
Yeah, and look, it's a, sign of a good player there. You play to the whistle as you would in real football. You never know in FIFA. So, look, good defending, really good defending from Naylor there, and it's not looking promising here for Saad.
Just a bit of gamesmanship, as you can expect. You saw Dylan Campbell run all the way back with a fullback yesterday. Naylor more than happy to chill in possession at the back, wait for Saad to commit a manual player forward and try and find that space in behind. Ben Garuccio again with a Goliath tackle. Does that end with a chance here for Saad? It will. Pele once again. Naylor with Van der Sar called out. Mitch is livid, arms up in the air. I can only credit the boldness of Naylor, because at the other end, are you going to see the difference? The green time difference, the top class difference that separates Naylor from the very best. Stir it up, you may, Naylor. Still undefeated, still the one to beat in Group B.
Look, I thought it was assault on R9 in the opposite box there, and he's gone straight up the other end and scored. But look, play to the whistle, and I think that was a bit of a dodgy decision there from the referee in the opposition box. But look, fair play to Naylor. He's absolutely punished Saad there, and I'd probably say he was the most clinical in this game and thoroughly deserved his win.
Definitely no disrespect to Saad whatsoever, but Naylor off for number 2. Will he finally get to be number 1? He is top of Group B. One of those who hasn't quite locked in that top 2 spot, giving them a week off come playoffs. But goodness gracious me, if we haven't got a taste of what's to come, don't you go anywhere as this season progresses. But even tonight, we've still got one more clash left. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break. What a match we've just enjoyed, and we're not done yet. Welcome back to the E-League Australia 2023, presented by Nivea Men. My name's Nate Patrick, Mitch Austin beside me. I was going to say enjoying every moment of that, but there was certainly the ups and the downs, maybe for you individually, and certainly for Saad. He sort of has enjoyed the highs, these ones before getting into it, grooving and vibing. Different vibe for him now, unfortunately.
Yeah, look, there wasn't much dancing and listening to Rihanna. I think he was fully focused on that game. I think the music was on mute, and look, there's a couple of calls there which I think the referee needs to answer there for a few of them goalkeeping tackles. But look, I think Naylor really deserved his win in the end. He was the most clinical in the final third, and end of the day, that's kind of what is the difference in winning a game of FIFA and losing.
Yeah, one of the few competitors who's mastered that ball roll past the keeper, as simple as it might look. Maybe we'll get to have a chat about that and plenty more. Lav's going to have a chat with Naylor now.
Naylor, congrats on another fantastic win. You are one of 2 players in the entire competition who remain undefeated. But when we were talking about people that could win the season last night, your name wasn't mentioned. Do you feel like you are being underestimated in this league?
No, it's fair. It's fair. I'm pretty bad nowadays, so we'll see what happens. But I have a chance if I get a bit lucky. So we'll see.
You are the only player that we've really seen mastering that ball roll technique. Why do you think that is, and do you think that puts you at an advantage?
It's a bit easier now with the update that came out like last week. So I think everyone can do it now, but people probably haven't played, so they don't realize. But it helps a bit when I get in the final third.
And do you think, we spoke to Saad earlier, who obviously you've just won against. He said if he makes the top 2, he will do a Rihanna dance video for the rest of the E-League. Do you think he threw this game to avoid having to do that?
Potentially. He was probably the favourite to win this game. So maybe he threw, I don't know. But he should still get top 2, so we'll see what happens.
Well, fingers crossed. Thanks for chatting to us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lav, and thank you, Naylor. Mitch, that's way too humble. I'm not having it. We mentioned before, sure, it's been updated. Yeah, the ball roll. No one else is doing it. Everyone does know about it, Naylor. And yes, you are the favourite. And yes, we're in the Twitch chat talking about it yesterday. I'm not having any of it, Mitch.
No, I think we've just maybe thrown his new little secret technique there in terms of doing the ball roll, and now everybody's going to start doing it. But look, yeah, I think it's obviously working for him, and he's mastered it, so to speak, in that game, and it was great to see the ball roll back in full flow.
Naylor, I'm not letting you have it, buddy. You are still, update or not, the only one doing it. And we'll keep reminding you all watching on at home of the fixtures, the games that we've seen tonight, in the E-Regional rivalry, as we like to call it here. Geordie getting the W over Jazz, very tight affair, and some really, interesting goals and a few quality ones as well you might have seen during the break. Something else that's a bit different. Harrison, welcome back to the couch. Only one game left here, not just today, but this week. How are you feeling? How have you enjoyed the games, particularly that 1v2 clash?
Yeah, that 1v2 clash was a big one, and we're all looking forward to it. We had the big clash yesterday, and we had a big clash today, and it stood out, and they were all able to show their caliber of play. And Naylor took the biscuits on that one, and he's showing why he's undefeated and why he needs to be looked at as to go deep in this competition.
If Naylor won't answer some of these, I feel pretty standard questions, by the way, and it's because he's playing it close to the chest, and he's a genuinely lovely and humble dude. Maybe you, Harrison, happy to talk to us about why he's able to do some of the more simple things. We all agree the ball roll isn't hard to do, hard to execute, holding down to bring the keeper out. Not difficult, but he does it at the right time. He does it earlier than anyone else.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's just the pressure and the boys decide not to do it, and Naylor, he has that composure, and we love to see it.
We love to see it, indeed. We love the rest of our competitors here as well. To finish off your evening, it's sure to be a cracker for more reason than one. Nugsy is back for MacArthur FC, as is Brady for the Mariners.
Yeah, keen to see how this last game of the night does go. Start to shape up the Group B standings here. And look, I think for someone like Nugsy, who we probably expect to finish inside the top 6, this one's got to be a must-win here, Justin.
Yep, no, I agree. Must-win game for Nugsy, be able to pick up some points. But something that's got to be a must for the rest of the E-League season is got to see Brady in that Mariners helmet.
Right from the beginning this time, Harrison. So do you think that's going to maybe be the difference here?
Oh, well, I think he'd hope so. He must have got some instructions from his Central Coast friends and officials and to put it on from the start. But, you know, hopefully it's his lucky charm and he's able to get a goal in it this time. He wasn't able to in his last clash earlier in the stream, but maybe he does now and we could get that clip he really wanted.
I think it's going to help him out, to be honest. I'm a big fan of the beanie, especially if it's in the cooler months. The beanie while you're gaming, keep the brain warm, you know. Got to keep everything optimal and performing at a high level. Nugsy pretty focused in his player cam. Definitely means business here as he starts to go on the front foot up towards Brady's side of the field. Taking his time, a lot of quick passing there, but maybe a little bit too quick, giving Brady possession back there, Justin.
Yep. I think this game is going to be one that, I think Brady can bring a bit of a result here possibly. Maybe disrupt Nugsy from being able to pick up points, but depends which Brady we see today. Are we going to see the Brady of the first half against Dylan? We're going to see the final final half of that last leg. I'm not sure, but what I do know is Nugsy is an incredible competitor. And look, I know he's able to show his quality in the A-League this season, playing for MacArthur this year. We obviously saw the infamous video, the Fabrizio Romano announcement with him and Marcus. But look, this is a good opportunity for him to pick up points.
Yeah, I think conversely, you know, the other standout for MacArthur turning things around in his group from a bit of a slow start. So it would be good to see Nugsy do some more of the same. Barpe looking for a way to weave his way through the defense here. You can see Hullett passing it around as well between himself and Bellingham. This seems to kind of be Nugsy's go-to right now, trying to draw out some of the defense, trying to find a bit of a gap that he can score through, but do have the goalie getting at least one hand on that one, Harrison.
Yeah, and you can see that Nugsy's playing really composed at the moment. He's taking his time and he's trying to find that last pass or the final skill move to make sure he can lock in and nestle that ball in the back of the net. And as you can see again, he could have played it maybe a forceful pass there. He's been a bit more composed so far in this game, but Brady has picked up the ball and hopefully for his sake he's able to get a result from this possession, as Nugsy has been holding on to the ball and it hasn't really given Brady much of a chance so far.
Yeah, start building up the play here. Seen him put a couple of decent goals together here, so we definitely know what Brady's capable of. You know, definitely push some stronger competitors in this group, so would love to see him put the press on Nugsy a little bit, but not going to be the case this time, Justin.
I'm just interested to see what happens when we get into this final third of Brady's half, basically on the edge of his box, because Nugsy was basically sitting there, facing him up and being like, yep, well, come get the ball. Like, we heard Dylan speak about in his interview, Brady basically had 11 men behind the ball. And now, similar things, but Brady, once again, one thing that has seemed to be a slight change was starting to try and hold a slight bit more possession than he usually would from what we've seen from him in other games this season in the A-League.
Well, chance to kind of cross it in, but not going to be the case. Just going to, again, take the smaller pass off, reset things. Let's see Brady looking for a chance with Mbappe off the post. That's unreal, Harrison.
That is. I thought that was going to go clean in. Maybe if he had green time finished it, that would have gone in to the back of the net and he could have been 1-0 up. Maybe people weren't expecting that, but that was a really, really close opportunity, and Brady could have been licking his lips, but to Nugsy's fortune, the game still remains 0-0, and he's going up the field again, just composed, pull it to Ronaldinho and back again. He's just holding onto the ball, as Justin's saying, all the numbers back for Brady right now, and should we see some long shots from Nugsy? I know when I've played against him in division rivals, he loves his power shots. we saw Jazz in the last game doing the same thing on the non-broadcasted stream. Maybe he needs to get into Nugs' ear. What do you think, Justin?
I think it's more of a thing that Brady has taken the lead. Sorry to not answer your question there, Harrison, but we love to see A-League men's players scoring in the E-League. And Brady's taken the lead that way. I was going to mention, sometimes when bringing up that 11 players comment from Dylan Gomes earlier today, I was going to mention how sometimes if you just a slow build-up, which I don't think is fair to say towards Nugsy, you're giving your opponent multiple minutes to just get the players back and then basically sit behind the ball. So you're kind of just basically doing it to yourself. You're harming yourself.
You're inviting the pressure.
Exactly. But I don't know, Nugsy, does he have to be a bit more proactive? But it's very hard when you do give the time. Your opponent does have a lot of players behind the ball. How do you create that chance?
Well, let's see. Bullet tries to give it a crack. Does get possession back for a second. But going to be it for now. 1-0 for Brady. Could have been 2-0, quite honestly. I got to say, he's at least in that first half there, kind of looking like the better player in this game of FIFA right now, Harrison.
Yeah, he's playing well, and he's probably proving a few people wrong here. They might have expected him to be down already, but it is 1-0 at the half. He did go 1-0 up against Dylan as well, as we see the stats here. 50-50 possession, and very close in the shots as well. 2 to Nugsy, 3 to Brady, and I think this is going to be a cracking game going forward. It's going to be interesting how the second half of this first leg plays out, Justin.
Well, that's what really does intrigue me at this point of time. We saw Brady earlier in the night being 1-0 up, having a brilliant first half against Dylan, but then all things changed for the rest of the 2 legs. But one thing that I really need to say, seems like Nugsy's possession that he has had has been good enough to create chances, but I can't get past it. It's hard to be able to do much when your opponent does sit back. It is hard to create chances. You sit in that final third, edge of the box, try and find that pass through the midfield, and you're basically in this sector where you find a wall of players. Now, I don't know, as I said before, if that's because Brady's purposely trying to do that, or if it's just Nugsy's very slow with his build-up, and he allows Brady to get players back.
Well, Nugsy good on the defense this time. Going to start building up the play. Doesn't really hit on the counter super fast a lot of the time, just taking his time building up the play. And this time he's let the ball get away from him for only a moment. Bullet going to grab possession back again here, Harrison.
Yeah, and this is where we need to see Nugsy go up the field and counter-attack. You can see here, like, at the moment, the Mariners only have a few players back, but Nugsy's gone back, so Brady's been able to drop a few more players back, and he's going to need to take some time here to find the right pass. As we've seen, this is efficient with how Brady plays. But Nugsy, very, very close there. We see Quartile with a big save. It has still gone out for a corner, so Nugsy still has a chance here. Potentially, is he going to go for a cross? No, we wait for the player to run in, and it goes short as usual. Pele with the ball, passes it back to Ronaldo. It's inside and well defended again by Brady, as he has so far this game.
Yeah, going to run it up the top side for a second. Brady not really in a rush to be going anywhere. That is maybe a mistake he'll come to regret. Pele getting possession for a second, but just passing it towards the inside of the box there. Justin gets away from him, and now a chip pretty deep up the field, but I don't think he's going to make it to it in time.
We've seen Nugsy be very emotive, the player cams, across the whole season, and you can see slightly bit of frustration, bit of agitation. His players not taking the touches that he would like. It's that mindset. Is it creeping in slightly, that agitation? If he wants to be able to get a goal back, he's got to just keep his head, not let it get to him when his player takes a poor touch, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. A great pass in. The chances will come, Nugsy. Just keep a level head, and that's exactly how he's got him back into this game. But speaking of level head, don't let a kick-off mechanic come in.
Mbappe. almost turning that one straight back into a 2-1 in the blink of an eye. But it's not to be. So again, Nugsy going to reset here, Harrison, and have a chance to try to build up the play yet again.
He is, and he's going to consider himself very lucky that Brady wasn't able to put away that chance. That might be kickoff mechanic 2.0 there. That's not the usual one I usually see. But Nugsy here with the ball, and he's going to want to try and get up in this match. And he's inside again. Cheeky from Mbappe. Are we going to see the shot? And we do. That's 2-1. Nugsy. Timothy Mbappe takes the lead. Oh, how about that goal, Justin?
The reverse elastico, beautifully done, and perfectly setting himself up just to create that space. Bamboozle the defenders. Make Brady's centre backs look like a bunch of fools. Really, it's well done.
Kind of been his go-to so far. Trying to beat that line of defense across the box. Not trying to hit on the counter too far, but just maneuvering with individuals. As I say that, he does completely the opposite. Hullet all the way deep inside the box, looking for someone to pass it off to, but can't quite make it through. Courtois is a little bit faster in this case. So Brady now with possession back again, only for a second. Virgil intercepting. Pass it back over to Hullet and Bellingham. Now a chip a little bit deeper here. Hakimi with control of the ball. Looking for someone to pass it off to Mbappe. Oh, you were hoping to see a bit of fancy footwork yet again, and then maybe a chance at a skill move there, but wasn't to be, Harrison.
No, it wasn't. And when he passed the Hullet at the top of the box, I was hoping to see that L1R1 trigger power shot, but it wasn't to be the case. And we actually saw, I think that might be the first attempted Trivela of the day. If we were playing FIFA back in November and October, we would be seeing a lot more of those, but you know, red time Trivela, and Brady's able to take control of the ball again, and I'm sure he'll be looking to try and get this second goal back to equalise it, as Nugsy's managed to get back into this and put himself in a good position.
For sure. Conceded the first goal, but now 2 of his own, and you know, really backing himself with this style of this just slow build-up of play, getting it over to one of these key players, Ronaldo or Mbappe, someone like that, just to be able to try to get a skill move off and score a goal off the back of it, Justin.
Yep. You need to be able to utilize those very high efficiency skill moves. Got to be able to complete them. If you want to be at the top of your game and you want to be one of the top competitors in the region, we've spoken about it many times before. Step overs, as we just saw right there. Ball roll, scoop turns, as we saw just there. Nugsy through on goal. And the red time finish. Nearly a perfect sequence of exactly what a skill move can do for you and how it can change your game and put you through on goal.
Look, I'm getting schooled live in the action. Nugsy showcasing all the little moves that he needs to make. See if he's got any more in his back pocket here. Pele passes it off to Ronaldo off the legs of the defender. He's going to have another opportunity here. Going to take his time to reset. Plenty of defenders. It's going to take some fancy moves here to find some success from Nugsy. Bellingham just holding on to the ball. You can see he's just waiting. He's waiting to draw out some of the defenders and find himself an opportunity, but, you know, none of these Central Coast boys are really shifting too much, Harrison.
Yeah, they're not really moving a lot, and I think he's going to play for the last attempt of the game, and that may be the case. Brady might have a second to run up. He's going to have to play this ball over the top, which Nugsy has read, but Ronaldo has got onto it. Is he going to play it? And I'd say that is actually a very smart foul there by Nugsy. It's not a penalty. It's going to be a free kick. And we've got Hullet standing over the top of it. There's many which ways he could go with this. You can see Nugsy's brought out Hullet to get on the line as well. And, whoa, big save by Van der Sar. And that could be the positive choice in keeper there. We have seen MacArthur use Curto in the past, and Van der Sar has saved him there from potentially evening up this game.
I think this might be a big claim, but that was one of the plays of the night, honestly. You're not going to have to carry that red card over into the second leg. So take that man out. You're giving him one last play. Yes, if he scores, I mean, it's worked against you, obviously, but you're not going to have another chance after that. So it was very smart very well done by Nugsy.
Making the replays package tonight, Justin. Are we allowed to put not goals in it, non-goals?
I don't know. That's not up to me. I don't think.
Know. We need words from the big man, maybe, but that might be worth consideration. Either way, very composed stuff from Nugsy there, Harrison, after conceding that initial goal, which, look, it was a pretty fantastic one, and quite honestly, maybe Brady's a little bit sorry that the red time off the post didn't go in, because this would be a dead even game, but at the end of the day, just these small little mistakes, small little things can make all the difference.
They can, and sometimes it's just that split second on the button, and Nugsy was able to prevail and has put himself in a really good position going into this second leg, and he's going to be happy with that, and I think he's going to want to continue on that momentum going into this second leg and hopefully getting that 3 points for himself.
Feels to me like Nugsy's just kind of backing himself, backing his style, despite the fact that, from a outside perspective, from someone particularly that's not familiar with FIFA, I can't really see what he's going for. Sometimes it feels like he's trying to fight his way through a brick wall or out of a wet paper bag or something like that. But, it's where he finesses it with the individual, aggressive players and gets those skill moves off that I realise, he's definitely got a game plan here, Justin.
Well, that's the difference. I said it before, the difference between the top players, the reason why they're in the E-League, and the players that, aren't the reason they're playing other games or playing Div Rivals or Foot Champs or that, whatever you want to call it. But
you don't want to fire shots at the...
No shots fired, no. But honestly, it's from the casual player to the competitive player, the reason why they're in the E-League, to be able to use skill moves efficiently and not just spam a rainbow flick or spam a sombrero flick and all that, the fancy things, but to actually use their skill moves that are going to be getting you into those positions that create space, and then that's what's going to be creating those goal-scoring opportunities. That's like every skill move that every player is doing, there's a reason behind it. It's not just for the fun of it or because it looks cool. They're doing it because it's there to create space to be able to get past the defender. It's efficient. It's a mechanic. That's why it's being used.
Exactly, and Nugsy has been using those skills to his efficiency, that reverse elastico that you mentioned earlier, and it's shown, and that's why he's up in this game, and that is those things are what separate the players that are here and that are not here in that skill gap. And here we go. We are going to go into this second leg with Nugsy 2-1 up, and it's going to be a big game to end the night.
Yeah, still another 90 minutes left, and I think it's fair to say that Brady's probably been playing well enough to win this game of FIFA, Justin. So what do you want to see more of from him outside of maybe other choices of hats, maybe, or additional hats on top of that hat? I once saw a player in CS start a match with one sombrero and continually add more and more sombreros as his team kept winning.
I think he's got another hat in the background sitting on the top of the advertising board.
I was being sarcastic, but all right.
No, I genuinely think he does. I think he's got a cap in the background. But in all seriousness, though, look, just play positive FIFA, really. Like, he was doing that in that first leg against Dylan. He was playing that positive FIFA, working the ball around. That first goal, I still can think about it in my head, down the wing. He worked the passing play so well, and we haven't really seen much of that. It's been really like not the best FIFA to watch. And right here, as we can see, Nugsy just literally L1 stops and beautiful heel to heel puts him 2 goals ahead. Nugsy will be very pleased with that. Team of the Year icon Ronaldinho, beautifully done. And now, as I said, 2 goals up. And it's that face up, that L1 face up. That's another thing. Very simple. Not even a skill move, just efficient. L1 face up. You can really send your opponent a different way. Just stops the ball in tracks.
Yeah, I don't think anyone I've seen anyone make Bellingham move like that, man. Like that was gorgeous to watch. Defender didn't even know which way to go with it. Brady trying to hit on the counter here. Get something done with Cummings, but it's Ronaldo who completes it. Gorgeous from Brady. Able to put one more in and even up the goals in at least this leg. He's still 1 behind overall though, Harrison.
Yeah, and no celebrations either. I think Brady's realised that it is game time. It's time to focus. It's time to zone in. There was no gritty. There was no anything. It was, let's move on from the celebration and let's get to work because we've got another goal to get into this game. As Nugsy is forward, and again, he's still playing so composed. Look at these passes. He's just trying to bait Brady into trying to pull a defender out and potentially a goal. Ooh. Very well placed defensively there. And Ronaldinho again, and Brady's not yet gotten out of jail. Nugsy still got the ball and still on the attack. He's playing around with Mbappe. Back to Bellingham. And again, it just keeps playing ping pong. It just keeps coming back, and Bellingham still has the ball. And Ronaldinho, who's been amazing all day today, that Team of the Year icon, Ronaldinho, has put Nugsy up by 2 goals, and he's going to be happy because I don't think he would have loved conceding that goal just before.
Definitely not. And again, overturned possession back towards Nugsy. Feels like he's had the majority of the opportunities so far in this half. Again, going to take his time, working up the play, just passing it around quite patiently. See if he can find a little bit of a gap and just find one of these key players that he was looking for. He's even been changing it up a little bit with how he wants to finish time and time again. This time it's Mbappe trying to send it in over on the top side, but well defended by Brady there, Justin.
Yep. Now, what I'm interested to see is what's Brady's reaction going to be. 25 minutes into the second leg, finds himself 2 goals down. Hasn't been fantastic, and I think even he'll admit, saw him shaking his head when he scored that goal that deflected off of Nugsy's defender. Saw him shake his head, and makes you think he knew that he didn't deserve that, even though he was the one that scored it. But as I said, just want to see a reaction, want to see something change maybe in his game plan, because the only real attacks are coming off of a counter, really.
Bellingham passing it around down towards the bottom side to Hakimi. Now we're starting to find some of these dangerous players. Mbappe trying to send it over to Ronaldo, I think it was, but couldn't quite complete the pass there, Harrison.
Yeah, and I was thinking, I'll ask you this, Justin, as well, is obviously Brady's playing very defensively. He's playing those players back, as Dylan noted in the last game. Now, does that hinder him on the attack? Because once he finally picks up the ball in defense, he hasn't got players to counter. He's only got maybe 1, maybe 2 at most on that counter attack for those through balls. Does he maybe need to be a little less defensive to win this game?
Of course he does. That's simple as that. Of course he does. You can't look, you can't really counter with 1 or 2 players. Yes, on the off chance you can, but you really need to have more players further up the field. For example, we're talking about this earlier in the night, being able to try and get back into games. If you want to be able to, if you're 2-3 goals down, you have to change your formation. You have to put a bit of a press on and just push your defenders out.
Ooh, unreal. Comes off the keeper. You got to feel for Brady. Mbappe gets it done over on the top side there. And look, you can say whatever you like about it. You could say that it's luck, but it doesn't feel that way for Nugsy right now. It feels like he's in firm control of this game, Harrison.
Yeah, and I think he is. And I think this is what the position he would have wanted to be in coming into this game. He knew this was a must-win game, and he knew that he had the caliber and the skill to beat Brady. But it isn't over yet. And as Justin said, we need to see a change. We've seen this defensive look from Brady in both games today, and it's time to pull out a new formation or do something different.
Something you can probably think about in the second half of this leg. Not a whole lot of time left in this one, and I dare say that the last play of the game may just well be with Nugsy here, especially with how slow he's been playing it. Running down the clock. Just Huller and Bellingham trying to find someone dangerous inside the box and off the post. That is beautiful finish right at the end of the half here. Nugsy's going to put another one in, and that's going to be devastating for Brady.
That is an amazing goal. The credit really has to be given to that passing play beforehand. Yes, the finish was good. Yes, that's obviously what the finish is, how you score the goal. But the passing play beforehand, leading up to the goal, arguably one of the goals of the night. It was amazing, really. I'm speechless, honestly.
I almost want to ask Nugsy if that's water, because I think it's magical. He's having a sip after every single goal, and he's playing with superpowers at the moment. That was incredible. You could see it from his face cam that he was excited after that goal. He was saying, come on, and he was ready, and he knew he's putting himself in an amazing position for this last 45 minutes.
I mean, that's really been the strength of Nugsy, though, Justin. This passing play outside of the box, I've noticed it as well, the ways that he chooses to finish. He keeps changing it up intentionally and making it a little harder for Brady to read on the defense. It's been definitely something to watch, even for someone that doesn't understand all the skill moves and doesn't understand, what's going through these players' heads.
Well, I brought it up before, and you keep seeing it whenever Nugsy goes on an attack, gets into that final third, edge of the box, standing in front of Brady's midfielders, that L1 stop, it's constant, and it keeps working for him, because what he's doing is basically saying to Brady, draw your player out, come and defend and get the ball, because he doesn't need the goals. He's up by 4.
That's it. He could potentially be baiting him. He's asking him to come. He's like, we're here to play FIFA. Let's play. Attack me. Bring it on. And, Nugsy's in an amazing position, and he knows Brady needs to work out something to get a result here.
Brady's grabbed himself some more possession here. Got some time and space to try to build up the play a little bit. Cummings down on the bottom side with Capdevila. Going to pass it to Hullet. Couple of players a little bit deeper up the field that he's looking to find. Again, going to work it down the wing. Probably one of Brady's better opportunities in the last little bit to actually try to get himself a goal here. It hasn't really felt like he's had an opportunity in a little while. Unfortunately, Nugsy's defended that one well yet again, Justin.
I feel like Nugsy's gotten away with one there, actually. Went in for the stand tackle and completely got it wrong. Yep. I think it's because Brady's player just simply didn't fall over. If he falls over there, he's got a penalty. Probably scores, brings it back to 3-goal difference. Half an hour, there's still a chance if that goes in. I don't think there is now. But as I spoke about before, Brady, just that passing play. When he's passing like that and when he's being positive, he's scoring goals. And speaking of scoring goals, Nugsy makes a 7-2. Brilliant step over, use of the efficient skill move. Feel like it's just a clinic now by Nugsy.
Feeling like a very, very good game from him, and I think that's, heading towards the middle point of Group B, towards the later stages. Someone like Nugsy is someone that, when we see him put on a performance like this, you can get more and more confident that he's going to be a player you'll be seeing in the playoffs.
Yeah, this is very true, and I think Brady's going to want to get the next goal, because if it's Nugsy, I might be bringing the meme back as I did in the last game. And, we know Brady's all for the meme, so maybe it might not be too bad. But as we see here with an offside, and you can see Nugsy, he's loving it. He's laughing. He's having a game of the day right now for himself, and he's enjoying this. 7-2 is a good result with still plenty of time on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of the result, regardless of getting the dubs, I feel like I'm vibing off Nugsy having a good time right now, Justin. I'm soaking up the vibes. It's a good end to the night of FIFA. We had a lot of great games tonight. And, Nugsy's just vibing it up with us.
Yep, I think Nugsy's enjoying himself. I think even though it's down by 5 goals, I think Brady spoken a lot about him being the man with the content, the meme man. So I don't think, even though he's lost, I don't think he's too worried. I think he's just enjoying himself being in the E-League.
He has got 2 goals with his Marvin hat on, so I think he'll be happy enough.
Let's add a third one to the tally. Draw it out to a minute worth of highlights, maybe. Might be something more to post, but not in this case. Nugsy again, wrestling control of the ball back, working his way up the field. But look, another chance here for Brady. Going to pass it over to Ronaldo, but good defense again from Nugsy, taking control of the possession every time that Brady gets into, that last little bit of the field on Nugsy's side. He's just not quite able to get that goal opportunity.
Yeah, and I think, again, I'm just going to mention Nugsy's smile. He's feeling himself right now. It's an infectious smile. We can't see me on the camera right now, but I'm smiling ear to ear, and Nugsy's bringing that out of me while he's frustrated with that one attack. But Brady is coming up the field with Cummings right now, and he's playing a little slower, but I think if he wants to get a couple more goals, he needs to be a bit quicker here.
Well, if he's going to have the chance to do that, trying to contest Mbappe right now. And look, he's won the ball back. Bullet passing it over to Ronaldo, but again, Nugsy intercepts pretty deep up the field. Going to start working it closer towards the box. Nice little chip over the top. And a quick pass after that sees Brady grab possession back yet again here. But Nugsy, he's just relentless, Justin.
Yep, he's even kicked the ball out there just to cue the pause, make sure the pause goes through. I'm not sure as to why he's up by 5. So, not really too sure if either player making any changes or just taking a quick little break.
Yeah, it'll be interesting what he's doing. I'm not too sure why he'd be pausing it right now. I feel he's comfortable in the game. He's having all the chances. I don't think there's any necessary means for formation change. Maybe he's going to put an A-League player at striker and try and get us some content or whatnot. Let's see who the sub is. It is, it's Wenzel Halls for Hullet for Brady. And is that Nkunku in goals? That might be Nkunku in goals. Or it's Ginola. He's put Ginola in goals. Could we potentially see a 5-star goalkeeper get a goal here?
I mean, he's got to get him up the field quickly if he wants to.
Nugsy trying to do the memes against the meme man himself. Got to respect it. I mean, he's already won the game. Seeing what else he can put together at this point. That's some fancy footwork from Woollett. Oh boy. Couldn't quite convert it though, unfortunately, Harrison. That would have been something. That would definitely have made the highlight reel, I think.
That would have been magic. And I mean, I think Nugsy has turned on full content mode for this one for the last 5 minutes. But can Brady get another goal to finish things off? And that is offside, and all she wrote in that one, 7-2 to Nugsy. I didn't have to bring out the meme. I think Brady's happy, and 6 points today for Nugsy. He's happy. Look at that smile. Well done to him.
Yeah, nicely played. I think that's exactly what we wanted to see from Nugsy tonight. Has well and truly secured his spot closer towards the middle side of the group. We're expecting him to potentially make a run in towards playoffs here. And I think, you know, when you're playing some of the weaker players down the bottom of the table, if you really want to stake your claim on the E-League group, Justin, you got to make sure you're getting those dubs.
Yep, no, you're spot on. You need to be picking up points. Can't just rely on draws, that's for sure. And look, Brady took the lead again with the Marvin helmet, cap, whatever you want to call it. Took the lead again for tonight, but then it was basically all Nugsy. Just constant facing up Brady and skill moves in the box. There's that reverse elastico, there's that crossbody finish, and there's the enjoyment on Nugsy's face.
Yeah, he's really vibing, really having a great time with this game, and look, hoping to see him brings that kind of energy into the rest of the group and the rest of the games here. Obviously, he's got a fair few strong players that await him in the playoffs if he makes it there from the other group that he's not really going to have to deal with. A couple of stronger contenders here. We'll have to keep a little bit of an eye on what other games he's got coming up. I would love to see him in this form take on, you know, someone like Nageti or Naylor or someone like that, I think, Justin.
I think when he's on form, he can put it up against some of the best players in the region. And this is the goal that I was talking about before, the passing play. Set one of the best goals of the night. And that's what I'm talking about. You'll love to see the enjoyment, really, you do.
100%. What were your lads' reactions to some of those goals there for Nugsy, Nate?
It's just lovely to see him enjoying it. I think that's what we like the most, is not just the goals themselves, but surely, Mitch, even maybe you, that little bit more to see V-Nugget, V-Christian enjoying himself out there.
V-Nugget. Yeah, look, it's great to see him sort of with a bit of a smile on his face. I think he's been a bit down in the dumps with a couple of his performances, you know, over the last couple of weeks, but great to see him bounce back, and he's had quite a good evening tonight, and yeah, good performance from him there, and yeah, just great to see him smiling and enjoying his FIFA again.
Yeah, look, long may it continue. In fact, maybe we'll get those smiles directly. Lav, let's have a chat with the big man himself.
Nugsy, congrats on a great night. You looked like you were enjoying yourself. How are you feeling after tonight's games?
Pretty good. I think the Geordie game was a bit 50-50, but this game, marked it on the calendar, I knew it was 3 points straight away.
Obviously, we didn't have any games last week. How are you feeling? Was the break helpful for you? Are you feeling refreshed? Was it disruptive to your schedule? How are you feeling?
Yeah, it wasn't good because we had just, I think we just had quals, and I was feeling pretty good. A long break I didn't really play the game, so I was pretty average tonight.
And how are you feeling heading into the pointy end of this competition? Are you confident that you're going to make that 6?
Yeah, I think I'm still really confident. I still have to play Sard, Nagiti, but yeah, I should be fine.
Well, good luck with the rest of the season. Thanks for chatting with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, V, Nugsy, Christian. I'm trying to put them all together at once. Thank you very much, Lav, as well. Memes aside, jokes aside, it genuinely is great to see him smiling. What about that first comment? Saw that he was coming up against Brady, marked it in the calendar. 3 points, done and dusted. Wowee.
Yeah, guaranteed 3 points by the looks of it. And I think the best performance was Nugsy keeping a straight face when he said that. I mean, you know, it's a big statement, and I'll be keen to hear Brady's thoughts, you know, on that statement.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll hear about them a bit later on goodness knows what platform. What about V, Nugsy? Is it just Nugsy? Now I've forgotten what it actually is. He actually is just going by Nugsy, the king at MacArthur with Marcus Gomes by his side. It's got to be a good help. Obviously, we've seen Marcus with Mo, Marcus with Dylan, but having someone with that experience in these big moments, as he said himself, with big games still to come, it's got to be a big W for him.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, just, you know, getting those wins tonight will really, you know, give him that confidence, I think, going into the latter part of the season now. And, you know, he seems pretty confident, you know, going into hopefully making the finals, which sounds like he's made it already. So, yeah, no, great night for Nugsy. And, you know, as I said before, it's good to see him smiling again.
Yeah, but job not quite done, at least in my opinion. Justin, maybe your thoughts on that in a little bit, because there was, of course, a simultaneous game going on at the same time. All good and well to focus on it, Nugsy, as we should. But there are big games and big ramifications, and a big result for Dylan over Matt. Justin, maybe I'll hit you up this instead. What a night for Dylan Gomes. Truly seems happy. The interview genuinely might be the happiest I've seen that delightful man over the years. Maybe that smile's even brighter and wider after a 10-1 win over another competitor pushing for playoffs.
Yep, no, you're spot on there. You're able to take points away from those around you. It sometimes seems like a double win. And look, I'm going to put myself out there. I did say Dylan, Gomes, and Marco, big nights, both of them picking up 6 points. So put my hands up and be...
All right, Justin. To be fair, if we're going to call out the ones that we get wrong, and we call a lot wrong, we've got to enjoy this as well. For Matt Bro, very disappointing, particularly the way that it started. Might have thought he was all the chance. Maybe that's just a bit of the momentum killer Pilski. Then you come up against Dylan, who's happy, who's positive, who's in form. And if we've got double results, what about the goal difference as well? A 9-goal swing becomes 18 when you're comparing the pair.
Yeah, that's insane. I mean, I was looking at some of the earlier games of Group B, and Matt Bro seemed to be doing quite well for himself, so I was kind of looking at this one as a game that might be able to go either way, but completely wrong about that one. Look at that bloody goal. Jesus, what was that?
So much pushing up by these defenders and spacing behind. We talked about one-on-ones versus the keeper. Justin is finger wagging me right now. Justin, please, you have the floor.
Yep, ball roll. There, we said it before. We're talking about how Naylor was one of the only competitors really using it consistently. Maybe Dylan was listening to that interview, listened to the idea about the patch coming in and actually making the ball roll better. He's used it, and he's allowed himself to, I mean, get 9 goals, goal difference, 6 points on the night. It's a great night for Dylan.
Lav, thank you so much for attempting to interview Naylor. However that went down, even giving the FIFA-specific question, and he's just not giving much back. We're seeing now competitors utilize the ball roll and whatnot. It's a sign of confidence is more the point, more than even the mechanic itself. Are you getting those vibes from Dylan Gomes now as well?
Yeah, I think we've revealed the secret, and now everyone's just coming for Naylor's moves.
It's not a secret. Naylor, what are you doing? The Naylor propaganda machine continues. Ah, goodness me. Well played, Naylor. You win on the pitch and evidently on broadcast. It was Andy before, and it's you now, as we have a look at what has happened and then, of course, what is to come. An overview of these fixtures and confirmation of the results. A big night, as called by Justin and only Justin, for Dylan Gomes, conceding just the 1 goal in each. But hey, Mitch, what about Naylor? The, what do you want to call him? Smiling assassin? He's just chill. He's the underdog in his own eyes, just saying, oh yeah, Everyone can do it. No one else is doing what he's doing. No one else is doing what we've seen from him tonight.
No, as you said, he had a really positive night tonight, and I think he really sort of set the bar in terms of putting himself out there for one of the favourites for the E-League. And look, those results, 12-1 against Jazz, and obviously look, the game of the night, Naylor and Saad, that was a really tough opponent for him, and he really showed what he's all about.
But what does it all mean for these individuals? Yes, maybe they're a week behind. We're getting caught up. Have a look at that. Naylor, now truly the only undefeated competitor. Saad with a draw before, now with an L. And as mentioned, Nagidi was lurking. Justin, what about those standings? Marco and Dylan up to 5th and 6th respectively.
Yep. Nugsy as well into 4th. A lot of good competitors there in that top 6. I think depending on results next week, really that will be the definitive week. I know Group B does have 2 extra games still to play compared to Group A, but is that the top 6 we're going to be seeing going into playoffs?
Yeah, stay tuned to E-League Australia, E-League Oz socials for those sort of make-up games. And when they occur, Lav, Pilski, I see both of you looking at the standings and nodding along. I'll give you a chance each. Lav, please.
I'm going to come right out and say it. I am predicting that the 6 stays the way it is now. That's the 6 that I want to see. I think that's the 6 that this far have worked for it. I don't see a lot of movement happening. Like, I think within the 6 will shift a bit, beneath the 6 will shift, but I don't see any of those players that aren't in the 6 now making it.
Yeah, Pilski, do you agree with that? Like Nugsy himself saying he's got tougher days ahead, but up in 4th, maybe that's enough to keep him in the 6.
Yeah, I think even though there's a small points difference for me, it's like a momentum and form thing. Like the players that have put themselves into the top 6 tonight all looked really good doing it. It's not like they were shaky games or anything like that. So the form's pretty rock solid for them. I'd expect that to probably continue.
Yeah, I guess we've all got maybe our favourites, Justin, or someone that we've got our eye on. For me, Dylan Gomes, an outstanding night. That was for him individually, making it look big. But I love the team standings as well. Talking about the E-League Premiership, it is back. These competitors not just competing for themselves, but for their A-League team. Their E-League team, Western Sydney, level with Melbourne City. And goal difference, the only thing to separate them, Mitch, when we're talking about it all the way back on match day 1. Goal difference will be important this season. There's confirmation right there.
Yeah, exactly. And look, it's obviously really close at the top, and maybe this is just sort of a sign for the players to keep reminding themselves how important the goal difference is going to be at the end of the season. And as I said, it's a prime example there.
We're loving it. I'm just, honestly, like Pilski, I feel like he and I are just staring at this table. We can just have 30 seconds of silence where we get caught up. Justin, do you see anything different? Anything you're looking at? Of course, some movement there for MacArthur as well.
That's what I was about to bring up exactly.
Where'd you buy, brother?
Going into 4th place. The thing that I don't think has been talked about enough, really, Marcus picked up 6 points yesterday. Nugsy 6 points today. That's 12 points MacArthur have picked up just this week, moving themselves into the top 4.
Yeah, when we're talking about competitors working together, they do it, of course, and what they do tactically and whatnot, but they really are playing for their club as well. Another thrilling week, another thrilling day of E-League Australia action. Thank you so much for joining us. It's going to be just that little bit longer until we see each other once more. A little bit of a break, a few weeks, and then we'll be back again to roll on. As I said before, though, the best thing you can do is to be following the stream, E-League Australia or E-League Oz on socials. And a big thank you for this extended season. Fantastic to be able to have it, even with that sort of break in the EA calendar. A big thank you to Nivea Men, to Maccas, and to PlayStation, the PS5. The controller's still here. Thank you for switching to that wide shot. Very needed and very necessary. Justin and I have been behaved. Make sure it's still here in a few weeks' time. To the crew, to the rest of y'all, thank you very, very much. We're now well over the halfway stage. Goodness gracious me, I cannot wait for more. Hopefully these days and weeks fly by and we are back again once more here at E-League Australia 2023. For myself, Nate Patrick, have a brilliant few weeks and enjoy your evening. He's through with R9. He's going to find that far post to its sublime. We're just sitting here and enjoying the mastering from Nagidi. Yes, it's R9 with another goal. But respect that man behind the controller, the Western Sydney duo.
Seen the shrug of the head. He's looks out of it now. I think that's game done. He's putting on the Marvel helmet. I do not believe this.
It's going to be a good match, and I'm looking forward to it.
An early chance for Saad. Pele will obviously look for that pass inside, finds it, R9 delivers.
This is Dylan for on goal with Pele. And that's a green beam chip with Kylian Mbappe. And he's going to hit him with the gritty. You look in the bottom left corner. He's hitting him with a real life gritty.
Marco back on the warpath here. Finds Ronaldinho. Mbappe just from the corner of the box. Passing it between him and Ronaldinho. It's a match made in heaven. 4-0 for Marco there, Harrison.
Are you also getting coaching assistance? Are you at Mo's house as well, or are you all solo?
Everyone's familiar with him. He's pretty handy, but don't really listen to much he says, to be honest. So it's not really ideal. But it's good to get him.
No one can really get themselves a clean run of things. Ronaldo tried to do it all on his lonesome, despite the fact that he's being contested, and that's absolutely beautiful, Justin.
I can only credit the boldness of Naylor, because at the other end, are you going to see the difference? The green time difference, the top class difference that separates Naylor from the very best. Stir it up, you may, Naylor. Still undefeated, still the one to beat in Group B.